never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
In a few days. Remember how to do this thing? Oh, my. We close out the hopefully wonderful Thanksgiving weekend. Yes, the holiday season is upon us. So Hanukkah underway, right? Hanukkah officially begins. Hope you had a wonderful Thanksgiving weekend. All kind of sports action. Yeah, how about those weekend upsets in college football? Yeah, things have changed. Yeah, any given Sunday, any given Saturday, any given weekend. Yeah, we'll get into the numbers. I'm looking at the AP Top 25. Of course, it'll be Tuesday evening. You get the latest bowl rankings with one weekend yet to go before the bowl action will all be set into motion. Biggest upset of the weekend, though, of course, Ohio State falls to Michigan. I kind of had that sneaky suspicion that they were due. Michigan was due. I think Ohio State had won the last 8 consecutive matches between Ohio State and Michigan. So Michigan jumps to the highest they've been in quite some time. According to the AP, Michigan is at number 2, right behind Georgia, who handled things as the case has been all season long, decimating another competitor. Cincinnati held on, took care of their business. Their destiny lies in their hands. The AP has them at number 3. followed by Alabama. Alabama at number 4. Again, according to the Associated Press, that's that's a game that Alabama should not have won. I mean, you talk about a nail-biter. 4 overtimes. It was just an incredibly crazy night. But, so Alabama holds on, but just by the slimmest of margins, but they do go on to 11-1 on the season. But 4 overtimes. Oklahoma State upsetting Oklahoma. That was another big upset. And Oklahoma State now jumps up to the number 5 spot. But here's the kicker. Next weekend, Alabama versus Georgia, right? Somebody's going down. And so you've got the likes of Oklahoma State and Notre Dame just waiting for the opportunity to jump in there and possibly be in line for a potential championship. One weekend yet to go, though. My, how things can change and did change over the weekend. But hope you enjoyed that for the NFL fans out there. I did get to tune into the Bengals versus the Squealers, and leading up to that game, what was all the hype was, it's been 31 years since the Bengals have beat the Steelers in 3 consecutive meetings. Going into the game, the Bengals had won the last 2 meetings. And the sentiment was, well, Pittsburgh's due to beat the Bengals, and nope. Not to be. Bengals just, from start to finish, pretty much annihilated the Steelers there in Cincinnati. But a pretty exciting weekend in the sports world. And we had a pretty quiet weekend as far as travelers' weather. As things worked out, we ended up having fairly pleasant travelers' weather for most of the country going into the holiday weekend. And additionally, a rather tranquil weather pattern for those returning to their home 20s. As I look at the big picture, the national radar scene, as we get things underway here on a Monday morning, as by the way, we're into the 29th of November. We've got today, Tuesday, we'll wrap up the month, December 1, rolling in midweek. But a quiet pattern for most of the country. We do see some rain in central Florida. Yeah, for those who are spending a few additional days down there checking out Mickey Mouse, it's pretty much raining across the board from Tampa across through Orlando into the Palm Coast area. A lot of showers streaming across the state. So from, like I said, Ocala to Orlando, soggy night there in central Florida. Otherwise, most of the country, pretty quiet. Still have a little bit of lake effect snow streaming off of Lake Erie there in northeastern Ohio, northwestern portions of Pennsylvania, the westernmost reaches of New York. Not a whole lot happening further to the north. Things relatively quiet in central and upstate New York. You may find a few scattered snow showers. We've got some Alberta clippers. Matter of fact, a series of clippers that will be bringing some additional shots at some snowfall into the Northeast. Let's start right there with our travelers' weather. The same pattern that's responsible for another round of heavy rain slamming Washington and the British Columbia coast, and a train of clippers diving through parts of the Midwest and the Northeast is also going to lend a big warm-up for parts of the plains early this week. Yeah, residents from southern Alberta to parts of Oklahoma, Texas, Missouri, you're going to see a stretch of well above average temperatures. We could even see some daily high temperature records challenged over the next several days. Highs are going to close out November across much of the northern and central plains, typically in the 30s and 40s. Normal high temperatures for Great Falls and Billings, Montana, as well as Cheyenne, Wyoming, would be about 40 degrees this time of year. While across much of the Dakotas, normal highs are in the 30s by the last few days of November. Further south, places like Wichita, Kansas, Oklahoma City, and St. Louis normally would see highs in the 50s. to end the month of November. Well, now through Thursday, this warmth is going to expand from the high plains further east toward the Mississippi Valley. By Wednesday, much of the midsection in the country will be running 5 to 10 degrees above normal. Parts of the northern high plains from Wyoming into the Dakotas and Montana will even be further above normal. Much of the region running 10 to 20 degrees above normal each day through Wednesday. Yeah, some places like Great Falls could climb even higher, shattering daily high temperature records. Now, it should be a good few days to spend some time outside across much of the plains. Yeah, I may want to get a chance to get out there, put up some of those lights or decorations for the holidays, or maybe just get out for a walk, enjoy some milder temperatures before the real winter cold inevitably sets in, which it will do. But from Denver through Great Falls, highs will be in the 60s through midweek. Yes, could even challenge 70 at times in a few locations. Wednesday and Thursday, Denver could kick off the month of December by challenging their daily record high temperatures there. Yeah, the record to beat for Denver Wednesday would be 73. The record for Thursday would be 74. A record that was set all the way back in 1885. And yes, this as Denver continues to experience this record-long snow drought. No measurable snow still to date this year. Now, further to the east, there's a clipper that dove through the Great Lakes over the weekend, Saturday. That brings a brief cool down to the Midwest as we wrapped up the weekend. Temperatures will begin to quickly rebound again today in St. Louis after a day with high temperatures around 50. This past day should return to near 60 for the first part of the traditional work week. While it may be a great few days to get out and enjoy the milder temperatures there, some spots may have some gusty winds to contend with, accompanying the warmth. Those breezy conditions can spread all the way across the northern plains, especially today through Wednesday. We will see a couple of disturbances slide across the Canadian prairies to the north. However, the strongest winds will occur near the eastern slopes of the Rocky Mountains from Montana to Alberta, where a particular phenomenon called the Chinook winds will occur. Chinook winds, when the relatively mild, moist air from the Pacific flows straight over the Rockies and all the moisture is wrung out as rain and snow over the mountains and then descends as dry air on the other side of the mountain range. The now dry, descending air accelerates down the mountain slopes and at times can create ferocious winds. Now, another aspect of the Chinook winds, they explain, was the exceptional warmth they can bring along. As the air descends, it also becomes warmer and can cause big spikes in temperatures over short periods of time in cities along the eastern slopes of the Rockies. Chinook winds are, we're all familiar with the Santa Ana winds in Southern California. So they're kind of akin to that, which can cause hot, dry conditions that can spread wildfires. Chinook winds are responsible for the world's fastest rise in temperatures. That occurred in a place known as Spearfish, South Dakota. Back in January the 22nd in 1943, in 2 minutes time, 2 minutes, the temperature went from 4 degrees Fahrenheit to 45 degrees Fahrenheit as the Chinook winds picked up a 49-degree change. A little over an hour later, the temperature was at 54. Now, before the Chinook wind suddenly stopped, after the wind stopped, the temperature tumbled back to -4 degrees in a matter of 27 minutes. I mean, it's hard to even fathom that. So a 58-degree change in like a half hour's time. See, that's just Those are extreme changes. We're not going to see the likes of that this week, but the Chinook winds could still aid in achieving some record daily highs in some places just east of the Rockies. Now, later this week, hang on, forecasters say a big change could be on the way. We could be looking at the potential for a big push of Arctic air to replace all this warmth by next weekend. So very interesting. I had never seen that scenario about the Chinook winds and those dramatic temperature swings, but that would just be bizarre. Meanwhile, we'll check elsewhere around the country. Looks like a bit of relief is on the horizon for the rain-weary Pacific Northwest as we roll into the month of December. You've got to make it through one more gusty, rainy storm that could bring your rainfall totals to some record levels. To say it's been an active month in the Northwest would be the understatement, explaining that the observation site at the Seattle-Tacoma International Airport has received 10.05 inches of rain in just the month of November, the fifth wettest on record for that location. After a summer of devastating drought, this particular region is now overflowing with rain. In some places, this excess of rainfall has even been dangerous. Earlier in the month, we saw the atmospheric river, the major flooding, the landslides, washed out roadways and railroad tracks near Vancouver. Already known as Rain City, or Raincouver to some, Vancouver has reported over 8 inches of rain so far in the month of November. Well, it's nearly twice the amount they typically see in November. And the forecast not a whole lot better for the West Coast as another potent storm is anticipated to arrive this week. More precipitation on the way early this week, which is going to add up to an additional maybe inch of rain for Seattle before wrapping up the month of November. The heaviest rain forecast to fall between Tuesday and Wednesday, primarily western Washington state and coastal British Columbia, Canada. An inch or two may not seem like enough rain to cause some flooding, but due to the recent nonstop rainfall, the ground is saturated. Many bridges and roads have only recently been repaired after this last series of storms, though this storm could cause some flooding of rivers and streams, landslides. We could be talking again, road closures, and even some snow mixing in with the rain at the higher elevations. Be aware of changing visibilities, and residents need to prepare for potential power outages, as those gusty winds could bring down trees, of course, easily due to the saturated soil. Now, the National Weather Service was forecasting the Skagit River near Mount Vernon is going to peak at over 30 feet this week, which would be designated at major flood stage. This past morning, the Skokomish River was already in minor flood stage and forecast to move into moderate flood stage in the coming days. This next storm could even push many rainfall totals close to record levels. The record amount of precip for the month of November there in Seattle-Tacoma would be just over 15.5 inches. So this month will probably not beat that record, but it'll definitely put its mark in the top 5 for the month of November. Vancouver, meanwhile, likely to receive another 2 to 4 inches of rain, with 4 to 8 inches falling just to the north of Vancouver. Now, that higher end amount of rain, accompanied with more widespread flooding, is also expected across the Olympic Peninsula and much of Vancouver Island by the time we get to midweek, Wednesday evening. So fortunately, relief will be in sight for folks in that waterlogged region. The pattern is going to change headed into early December, with a large area of high pressure moving into the northern Pacific. This is going to act to decrease the potential for any additional atmospheric river sort of events there in the northwest. So early December should bring some much-needed relief, a break from all this continuous rainfall, give the rivers and the creeks an opportunity to recede a bit. Some of our travelers' weather around the country as we get things underway here on a Back to Work Monday. All right, who's checking in here out of the box? Roy is on board. Hello, Roy. A copy in the mail, Chevy guy. Hello, Mama. Morning, Steve Sommers, Overnight Drive fan page, she's tuning in from Flintstone, Georgia. Baby, it's cold outside. Yeah, you got a little bit of that chill over the weekend, didn't you? Bama checking in from Oklahoma, headed to Oklahoma City. How about that 4-overtime thriller, Alabama and Auburn? And yeah, it looks like your Buckeyes fell short against the Wolverines. They did indeed. Everyone have a great morning. Thank you, Bama. Captain Ron, back in the saddle. Semper Fi. Hello to Tank. Morning, Steve. Happy Monday. Hope you had a great Thanksgiving. Morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters. This is the one and only Jolly Green Giant at the home 20 with our DOG. Be safe, everybody, tonight. I'll be back on the road Tuesday night. All right. Be safe out there, Jolly Green. Enjoy some time at home. Let's see. Morning, Steve. Dale checking in. Hope you had a great Thanksgiving. Enjoyed listening to you every night. Good afternoon from Larry. Welcome back. Hammer down. Be safe out there. West Michigan checking in. That's Crazy Ray. Got 31 degrees. Go Blue. Yes, the Michigan fans were big-time smiles. And rightfully so. Again, in the AP, up to number 2 in the standings. Buster Brown on board. Welcome back to work, brother of us drivers. Going down to 27 degrees near K-Town tonight. Yes, indeed, 3 straight. Bengals over Steelers. Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, where we've got 44 degrees. Hope you had a great Thanksgiving, little time off. Our Thanksgiving was outstanding. I beat my brother in golf on Wednesday. The seafood broil turned out great after golf, and we had about 29 people, including many babies at Mom's for Thanksgiving dinner. Everybody made it home safe and getting settled back into their lives once again. So everybody have a great night. And be careful out there. Let me see. A couple more here real quick. Millie checking in. Morning, Steve, and the overnight family. Hoping everybody had a great turkey day and everybody stays safe. Fuzzy's on board. Hi ho, hi ho. It's Monday, so off to work we go. 28 degrees here. And it'll be a bit warmer this week. Everybody be safe. And thanks for all you do, Steve. Thank you very much, Fuzzy. Icebreakers on board. Morning, Steve. We got 47 degrees. Here in Northern Virginia. Gerald, let's go Michigan, go Blue. And top of the morning, Steve, from Santa Claus this morning. On the base here, March Air Force Base in California tonight, 62 with clear skies. Santa Claus out. And get to some of our other listening friends coming up. So indeed, hope you all had a wonderful Thanksgiving weekend. Welcome to a brand new week. As the countdown to Christmas is on. It's 844-3388. That's our number. Since we last spoke, yes, one of the biggest developments, of course, we have not had a chance to discuss the Aubrey trial. The verdict coming in there on Wednesday morning, right? Lose track of the time. Thanksgiving was Thursday, yep. And yeah, guilty. I had a sneaky suspicion that's the way things would unfold, so we'll delve into that. Oh, there's a new COVID variant. The whole world begins to panic once again. Unnecessarily, according to what I'm seeing. Not time to panic just yet, but implementing travel bans around the world. I get the latest on that. Again, the latest variant, what we know at this point in time anyway. So lots to cover. We'll get to our industry headlines coming up here. Great to have you on board the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Yes, indeed it is. On a Back to Work Monday. As I mentioned, the verdict coming in about midday Wednesday, right into the Thanksgiving weekend. I kind of suspected that would be the case, but so what a crazy week. Last week, 2 high-profile cases. Of course, the latest, the jury in the Ahmaud Arbery case, right on the heels of the Rittenhouse case. And I like the way remember Milwaukee County Sheriff David Clark, Thursday, he spoke out and he feels that, hey, the justice system is working. In both cases, he feels that justice was served. The jury came through. In other words, the integrity of the jury system is still strong. It's still there, and that's a good thing. And that means that rather than saying the jury's reached a right or wrong decision in both cases, they made a just decision based on the evidence, as he put it. Not the politics that creeps into the criminal justice and prosecution levels. Obviously, in the Rittenhouse case, the jury was able to block out all the pretrial publicity, all the blowhard political activists who were trying to seek a particular outcome. The jury in that case stuck to the law. They stuck to the evidence acquitting Rittenhouse. Meanwhile, all 3 defendants in the killing of Ahmaud Arbery in Georgia were found guilty of his murder. And that despite the political activists claiming black people can't get justice in the court system. What I'm talking about is that the integrity of the jury system is still there. Of course, the liberal corporate media, in many cases, created a narrative that when a jury returns a verdict, people have a false sense about what should have happened. As for the political class, look, these individuals, they seize on these things to score some cheap political points. Now, these political hacks, they ought to stay out of it. Pray for and ask for justice. All these states should be looking All they should be looking for is justice, not some political agenda to be achieved. But sadly, politics continues to creep in. Now, people that believe in equal justice, the cases won't change the way these blowhard political activists speak, though. Not going to prove anything for them. They'll just wait around for the next case that fits their political agenda, and they'll see us on the next opportunity as well. Yeah, we know the court system is not perfect. It can't be perfect because humans are involved. Humans are not perfect. But more times than not, they do come to a just verdict like they did here. Neither case is going to prove anything to the race hustlers and the political activists out there. But I'm happy to say most Americans, they get this. They understand what unfolded in both of those cases. And with that, I would have to concur. All right, around the country, it is 844-844-3388. We'll get a news break, and as I said, lots to cover. How was your Thanksgiving weekend? Jump on in here as we get the new week started. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
Starting Monday, the Biden administration is closing America's borders to travelers from 8 African nations, hoping to slow the spread of a new and concerning COVID variant. The White House and the CDC say no cases of that variant have yet been identified in the United States, though Dr. Anthony Fauci says it's likely already here. Meanwhile, Israel is banning all foreigners from entering that country as part of its effort to stem the spread of the new Omicron variant. Those new restrictions kick in at midnight Sunday, just after the start of Hanukkah. They're expected to last for at least 14 days. LA area seeing another case of a mob of masked thieves looting a retail store, this time a Home Depot in LA County. This man works there, says he tried to stop them.
We closed the front entrance, and they put their sledgehammers up, like whoever got in the way, they were going to hurt them.
USA Radio News.
Attention seniors on Medicare and Medicaid or receiving extra help for your prescription drugs. We have great news. You can change or enroll into a Medicare plan every 3 months if you qualify, all from the comfort and safety of your own home, over the phone. No one even needs to come to your home. And in minutes, we'll tell you all about some additional new Medicare benefits for you, like dental, vision, hearing, transportation, and more. Call us. We'll explain all your new Medicare benefits. Premiums are as low as $0 per month. Even if you are not paying anything for your coverage now, you need to call our licensed agents to review your plan. There are zero-cost plans available in some areas. Don't wait till next year. Get all the Medicare benefits you deserve. Call a licensed agent today.
800-461-2114. 800-461-2114. That's 800-461-2114. Paid for by Senior Choice Plan.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, let's see here. Who all else checking in? Kevin's on board, rather. Morning, Steve from Troy. Is that Troy, Michigan? Hello, Lori Glory. Morning, Steve, and all those great weather reports. Sylvester on board. Got 67 degrees there in Terrigal. Loving the show. Thanks for the weather updates. Kind of chilly and rainy here. Tar Heel checking in there from North Carolina. Let's see, throw a newspaper morning. Hope y'all had a great Thanksgiving, all right? Heat waves on board from Winnemucca, Nevada. Headed to the Mile High City. We've got clear, 34 degrees. Jimmy Jammer checking in. And there's Dave. Morning, Steve. Just about to my delivery destination in Greer, South Carolina. Good to have you on board. All right, so all the hype, as you just heard in the news break there. This discussion, hey, we've got a new COVID variant. And we knew this was going to happen, right? That's the way these viruses work. The new, potentially more contagious. It's Omicron. Omicron, the new name in fear that popped up in more European countries over the weekend, just days after being identified in South Africa. Governments around the world scrambling to stop the spread. Just heard Dr. Fauci say, well, he wouldn't be surprised if it's already here in the United States. We haven't detected it yet. But when you have a virus that's showing this kind of degree of transmissibility, it's almost invariably, it's going to be essentially all over. But the fears of the new variant that has the potential to be more resistant to the protection from the vaccines. That's where the growing concerns that the pandemic and the lockdown restrictions are going to persist longer and longer. So here we are, nearly 2 years since the start of the pandemic. Now we've got countries back on high alert. Many imposing travel restrictions on flights from South Africa, looking to buy some time. They're trying to learn whether this variant is more transmissible than the current dominant strain, which to date has been the Delta strain. In Britain, Prime Minister Boris Johnson said it's necessary to take targeted precautionary measures. 2 people have tested positive for the new variant there. Johnson said anyone arriving in England must take a PCR test for COVID on the second day after arrival. They have to self-isolate after they provide a negative test. If someone tests positive for the new variant, their close contacts will have to self-isolate for 10 days, regardless of their vaccination status. Close contacts are exempt from quarantine rules if they're fully vaccinated right now. So now see, for today we're going to boost the booster campaign. Well, that's in Britain. Now we know so little about this new variant right now. The doctor who actually, I guess, first sounded the alarm, the national chair of the South African Medical Association, says, all this hype is not warranted. Calm down, people. And what we're seeing right now, she spoke to Reuters that one of their biggest hospitals in her area in the country of South Africa, there's only one patient who is COVID positive on ventilation. There's been no confirmation as of this past day that this new variant is even the cause. The hype that's being created out there, the media, the worldwide, it does not correlate with the clinical picture. It does not warrant to just cut off any traveling, banning South Africa, like we're the villains in this whole thing. It shouldn't be like that. And what we've seen at this point is the mildness of the symptoms. There's no reason to panic. We're not seeing severely ill patients. I checked with the hospitals, some of the hospitals in my area. One of the biggest, again, has one patient on a ventilator, and they don't even know if it's like the Delta variant or the new Omicron variant. But of course, as we said, you've immediately got travel bans on South African countries. The U.S., I guess, just as of today, they've kicked in. We've got South Africa and 6 other countries in South Africa. Now, the first doctor to sound the alarm said that the symptoms are rather unusual, but mild. Patients began to show up in early November with COVID-like symptoms that were kind of different than what we've seen in the past. Among those first patients were young people with different backgrounds or ethnicities, suffering fatigue. There was a 6-year-old with a very high pulse rate. No one has seemingly lost the sense of smell or the sense of taste. Their symptoms are so different and so mild from those that I've treated in the past. November the 18th, 4 family members testing positive for COVID with complete exhaustion. And I reported those findings to the Vaccine Advisory Committee. About 24 of her patients have now tested positive for COVID with symptoms of the new variant, mostly healthy men who turned up feeling so tired. About half were unvaccinated, so it's an equal mix. We had, again, one very interesting case, a kid about 6 years old, a temperature and a high pulse rate. I wondered if I should admit her, but I followed up on 2 days later, and she was doing a whole lot better. Now, we are concerned, could the new variant still hit harder in older people with other comorbidities, diabetes, heart disease? We just don't know at this point. All right, they say the new variant has been detected in the UK, Israel, the Netherlands, Hong Kong, Belgium. 32 mutations to the spike protein. That's what this new variant has. Yeah, the most of any variant we've seen so far. And scientists are, of course, concerned that the mutations may allow it to evade the existing vaccines. It could spread more quickly. But like I said, 2 years into this, typically as viruses mutate, they tend to trend weaker. And it kind of appears that's the way this particular variant may be trending, a weaker strain. I mean, the survivability of the existing variants is pretty darn high to begin with. So, just there's no need to start a new panic campaign at this point in time. Let's just wait and see. Now, I know health officials here in the U.S. say it's probably going to take at least 2 weeks to get some definitive information about this. So just calm down. Meanwhile, 16 before the hour, around the country on a Monday, of course, typically a slow day to begin with anyway. It's 844-3388. I guess topping our industry headlines, briefly while we're on the whole COVID thing, crossing the border for those drivers that come in and out from Canada to the U.S., U.S. into Canada. Back in October, the Department of Homeland Security's they announced beginning sometime in January that all inbound foreign national travelers, including truck drivers, would be required to be fully vaccinated against COVID. Yet now we have a date. According to the Associated Press, that requirement is scheduled to kick in on January the 22nd. The mandate's already in effect for non-essential travelers, but the announcement of January 22nd follows a release from the Public Health Agency of Canada earlier last week that all truck drivers and other essential workers will be allowed to enter the country only if they're fully vaccinated with one of the approved vaccines. After January the 15th, of 22, unvaccinated or partially vaccinated foreign nationals will only be allowed to enter Canada if they meet the criteria for limited exemptions, which apply to certain groups like agriculture and food processing workers, marine crew members, those entering on compassionate grounds, new permanent residents, resettling refugees, and some children under the age of 18. Exempt, unvaccinated travelers will continue to be subject to testing, quarantine, and other entry requirements. All right, non-exempt, unvaccinated, or partially vaccinated foreign nationals will be prohibited from entering into Canada. The Canadian Trucking Alliance said here a few days ago they're going to be pressing Canadian authorities for more time to prepare for vaccine mandates announced by both countries. Yes, pointing out the fact the Canadian Trucking Alliance hasty implementation is going to only spell more trouble for the already struggling supply chain. All right, as we restart the aspects of our economy, including travel, vaccination will continue to play an important role in keeping each other in the transportation system safe and secure. That's from the press release. No matter the final destination, ensuring that travelers are vaccinated protects other travelers and transportation workers. Of course, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association said they stand in line with vaccination should be a personal choice. But that's where it stands. We have a solid date now. January the 22nd, unless things change. All right, our number 844-844-3388. We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, good to have you on board here. 29th day of November. That's what we're working our way into, time zone to time zone. Out of the box. Say there, Chevy Guy, how was your Thanksgiving weekend?
It was fantastic. My wife said my cooking was good, and I want to thank everybody when I was asking questions about cooking. They helped me out. So. On the after-hour line, it worked out great.
So you didn't have to call the Butterball hotline?
No. I actually went to Walmart and got a half of deep-fried turkey breast, sliced it up, and put it in the oven at 350 for an hour, and it tasted great. The dressing or the stovetop stuffing, everything went down the list. Everything turned out great. We ate about 10 o'clock, and by the time I got done, and because I'm still getting up at 1 and 2 in the morning, so that's about lunch for me. And then we had about 5 in that evening. We about slept the whole day over that turkey.
Yep.
Coma. And hint, don't make no turkey sandwiches for lunch if you're going to drive a truck. So. All right, on this Aubrey trial, you're only supposed to have 12 jurors with 2 more alternates, 14 altogether. 14 altogether. Those folks had 214 jurors. You had 200 black pastors. You also had the black militia out there with guns standing out there. Now, I know we live in a day and age. Oh, yes, Judge, we're going to be a good little people. We ain't going to look. We ain't going to see. But I don't know how you avoid it in the flood of information we have in this day and age. So that should have been a mistrial, period. And thank God for Kyle Rittenhouse and how it turned out, and the courageous jurors But that right there should have been a mistrial and kicked out because of, well, the prosecutor lying through his teeth. I think I've heard some hints in interviews. I think that's gonna pay off for that young man. I've heard any way you look at it, the injustice that happened, the people outside beating on a drum and trying to influence the jury, that just should have been a mistrial. This very night, Chauvin, the police officers sitting in jail still, even after a juror admitted to being a BLM activist. Why is he still there? That should have been a mistrial. He should be out, and there should be a new trial. And it should be I get it. It's not a perfect system, but but as long as we let political activists get in there and try to influence or pervert the trial system, then they're going to keep doing it. And just like there is. I feel like they sacrificed those three men trying to pacify the activists in Georgia. I still think
I just have to disagree on that. I mean, I did not follow the trial, nearly as close as the Rittenhouse, but as I've said before, if I'm a white male and I'm out running through the neighborhood and three black guys, come up on me in the back of a pickup truck, have no idea, hiding their hair, who they are and what they want, and one of them's got a gun and they're coming up and gun on me, I'm going to fight back. I'm going to try to protect myself. I mean, I cannot fault the black individual from doing what he did. And technically, I mean, the way the jury looked at the evidence that was presented, and these three individuals had no business doing what they did. And technically, I mean, I think they came up with the just verdict. I think they were able to, just like the Rittenhouse group, they had the same thing going on outside the courthouse there. They blocked it out. They looked at the evidence presented and the instructions from the judge on what you're supposed to look at. And based on the evidence, I mean, they were guilty.
Okay, now the only problem here is you didn't mention this main thing. The reason why the man started filming the young man is he started filming him when he was in that construction site, pilfering through that construction site. And he was not just a jogger running through the neighborhood. And he did at the very last end attack the man with the gun. It can't be retried, I know, but they were operating under the old law. By the way, they changed it from. Of course, they did try them under the old law of citizens arrest. So they were thinking they were operating justly. I don't see any malice in it. But their neighborhood has been pillaged to the point where their women folk were on trial and complaining about their fear of letting their children out. If you want to fight, well, that's how you fight. You got to make it more. You got to be. I broke down one time in the mountains of West Virginia. All right, this is before cell phones, before Qualcomms, everything. I sat on the side of the road. There was a house just down the road, over the mountain and over the hill. And there is no way I would have walked up on that mountain, on that man's property at night. All right. No cars, hardly anything. Finally, a trooper stopped and I got help. But I would have never, because I just know you could get shot on that man's property. And that's because I respected his space. Nobody respects their space. So all I got to say is we're going to turn into Chicago, and it's a little bit at a time. And I'm sorry, but that man was pilfering through the neighborhood. He had a history of it, was recognized of it. And I still don't understand why the man filming it is convicted of murder. So I'm scratching my head on that one, but I pretty much knew this is where it was going to come down. But hey, face it, when you got a juror, they go home. Maybe they didn't.
Think about it right now, Chevy.
Can you imagine?
The guy was, he was pilfering, he was stealing some stuff. Do you see what's going on in California? And I mean, these people that are going through. I mean, yeah, can you? Is it legitimate to go up and kill all those individuals because they're just going in and smashing and grabbing whatever the hell they want?
Kyle Rittenhouse, we had a caller. Kyle Rittenhouse not only saved his family's store, he saved the rest of the town.
Mm-hmm.
According to that caller that we had call in that lives up there, he said after Kyle Rittenhouse shot and killed those people, they all went home. The whole riders, all the riders went home that night. Not because of the police, because there was a consequence for the reaction. Now, listen, I'm a Christian. I believe in God so hard to be. I don't believe we should send anybody to be with the devil. It's not meant for mankind. We need to save everybody. But do you understand? When the criminals found out there was a consequence for their action, then well, this consequence we got so far is now they're going to be held back. They're going to let people pilfer through the neighborhood. By the way, I'm going through this right now, and I'd never even give it a thought to pull a weapon out. I'm probably going to buy a dog so I know there's somebody pilfering around my yard again. And I'm telling you, we're gonna breed it. If you can't defend yourself, then we're going to be like Chicago, and it's going to get worse and worse. And even at a time when they're trying to cripple our police forces. So it's a screwed up situation. And like I said, I think it should be a mistrial there, and Chauvin needs to be out of jail right now. And so there's misjustice going on in this country too. And I think it's just trying to pacify the activists. And just because there were 200 ministers there, and I'll be careful here, could touch not my anointed and do my prophets no harm. But it also talks in Revelations where all we teach in your name and we preached in your name. And he says, get thee hence, I never knew you. So it's a scary thought. I heard that boy's mother saying, now his soul can rest. Well, I don't know if he spent a life of crime. It doesn't say he's going to heaven. Thieves and robbers. Sure. It doesn't look good for him.
Well,
but that's a mother's.
Thou shalt not steal. All right, that's. But all right, Chevy, got top of the hour. We got to close things out for hour number one. But plenty of room for you here on a Monday. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
The White House says President Biden will address Americans on Monday with an update on his administration's response to the new and concerning COVID-19 variant called Omicron. The White House says upon the president's return from his Thanksgiving holiday on Nantucket, he immediately got an in-person briefing from Chief Medical Advisor Dr. Anthony Fauci and the rest of the White House COVID-19 team. A Texas-born actor has made his decision about whether he's going to run for Texas governor or not, and the answer is not. Actor Matthew McConaughey making that announcement in a video message on Twitter on Sunday.
It's a humbling and inspiring path to ponder. It is also a path that I'm choosing not to take at this moment.
McConaughey has suggested he might run for over a year. He has been looking pretty good in some hypothetical polls, and this is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. There are two things that I care about. I'm always working on my health and fitness, and I care so much about preventing illness. And that's where vitamin D comes in. Vitamin D is also known as the sunshine vitamin. How do you know if you have low levels of vitamin D? Most people don't. Sons of Liberty, our regular sponsors of CBD, have been working with a group of scientists to create this patent-pending spray vitamin. 5 sprays contain a whopping 15,000 IUs of vitamin D3. It's instantly in your bloodstream, providing amazing protection against illness, and the taste is amazing. Protect yourself and your loved ones this season with this great-tasting vitamin D3 spray from Sons of Liberty. For my listeners only, GoSonsOfLiberty.com is offering a discount of 15% off every product when you use the code WAR15 at checkout. Please support veteran-owned, service-disabled, small business. GoSonsOfLiberty.com. Make the healthy choice and choose GoSonsOfLiberty.com. Use code WAR15 to get up to 15% off. GoSonsOfLiberty.com.
In some places, it would have been devastating, but a 7.5 magnitude earthquake struck a very unpopulated section of Peru. And they say while there has been some damage to structures, there have been no serious injuries or deaths.
The quake occurred at 6:52 local time, just north of Barranca. The quake was also felt in the capital of Lima and other neighboring towns.
It's USA Radio's Wendy King. There was some damage to over 200 homes, and the most significant structural damage, a tower in a 16th century Catholic church collapsed. One of the first ever black Floridians to be elected to Congress, Carrie Meek, has died at 95. Her family says she passed away Sunday at her home in Miami after a long battle with an unspecified illness. She started her career in Congress in 1993 at the age of 66. You can find us online anytime. We're at usaradio.com.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
An actor accused of making a false report, among other things, is going to see his trial start this week. Here's USA Radio's Wendy King with more.
Singer and actor Jussie Smollett will be heading to court this week in Chicago. He's facing a felony disorderly conduct charge. Authorities say he lied about being taken captive in January of 2019. He told authorities that 2 men kidnapped him and used racial and homophobic slurs. He claims they beat him and put a makeshift noose around his neck. According to prosecutors, Smollett hired 2 brothers he knew to pretend to attack him in order to boost his career. Jury selection is expected to begin on Monday. The charges against him carry a maximum sentence of 3 years, but he will likely get probation since he has no criminal background. From the USA Radio News Pacific Northwest Bureau, I'm Wendy King.
And Disney taking back first place in the North American box office race. The studio's new animated film Encanto finished in first place during the Thanksgiving weekend, earning $40 million between Wednesday and Sunday in theaters across the U.S. and Canada. Coming in second, Ghostbusters Afterlife. The new Lady Gaga Al Pacino film, House of Gucci, was a distant third. And from the New England Bureau of USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
back on a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. Should have pretty much wrapped up most of those leftovers by now, right? Did finish off a couple of turkey sandwiches this past day. About the end of the line, right? But all said and done, had a wonderful Thanksgiving get-together. Meanwhile, around the country, our number is 844-844-3388. Welcome back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. And hello to Always Moving. How was your Thanksgiving weekend?
I had a very lovely 2 days off. It was just fabulous. So enjoyed it. And I did not overeat or stuff myself. I was able to maintain control. Excuse me. And I will say that I had a wonderful holiday. I will cheer for anybody who goes to beat Michigan. I was ecstatic for the Bengals. I was just really, really ecstatic for that win. And as for both trials, I did get to watch. I never got to listen to the actual trial for Kyle Rittenhouse, parts of it, but I did watch his interview with parts. They had like snippets from his interview with Tucker Carlson.
Mm-hmm.
And I was very impressed with Kyle himself, and I was blown away by the differences that were pointed out between what was said in the media and what was the actual truth.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that was just really something that the media just went wild on. That wasn't even close to what actually happened. That was sad. He has an incredible case of defamation of character for a lot of places that attacked him. And as for the Ahmaud Arbery trial, again, I did not get to listen to any of the trial. I had always had a suspicion of what I thought had happened, but I wasn't sure. And then Friday night, 2020, Deborah Roberts had a 2-hour 2020 with it. And to Chevy Guy, you do need to go watch that because these are the facts, and you are so off base on your thoughts. The facts were stunning. That why in the world this poor man was shot is beyond me. I mean, they literally hunted him down. And to quote one of them, trapped him like a rat.
Mm.
And, you know, here's a gentleman with nothing in his hands, with nothing on his body, that goes out and runs on a regular basis, had been the house. They even showed the video that other people had been in the house. Children had been playing in the house. Other adults had been in the house. None of them were hunted down or checked upon. And no, the gentleman who filmed it was not filming what was in the house. The person who owned the house put the camera in the house, and the guy, the two in the pickup truck, took out after him, and the neighbor jumped in his car to see what was going on and starts filming, and it's a 30-second snippet, and you see this absolutely horrific thing. And the prosecutor, I mean, they showed the parts from the trial, and the prosecutor, you know, said you have 2 trucks, 3 men, and 2 guns chasing a man that's had run for, 5 minutes, or however, 5 miles, 5 minutes, whatever the 5 was, and because this plat was like a circle on the road, if he was trying to get away from them, wouldn't you think you'd have run through the yards and stuff? But he didn't. He was running on the road, and when they trapped him between the 2 trucks, he runs to one, And then he turns around and he runs back to the, I mean, they literally, as the guy said, should we have been chasing him? I don't know. But yeah, we trapped him like a rat. And yeah, this guy doesn't know what's happening. Ahmed Aubrey did not know what was happening to him.
Right.
And so, yeah, I can understand why he's like, you know, either they're going to shoot me in the back or I got to try to save myself. And so, yeah, he grabbed at the gun. I mean, they don't know because the truck's in the way, but you would assume he grabs for the gun because he doesn't know why these people are chasing him. He's done nothing wrong. There's no trespassing signs on this house. It does not say that at all. There's nothing stolen. He had been running in the neighborhood on different occasions, and he had walked into the house and had looked around on different occasions. He was just looking at how the house was being built like a lot of people do. And he did not have a long, lengthy criminal record. He recently had had 2 small brush-ins with the law, and that was it. And they, you know, he grabs, and they shot him. And to hear them explain it afterwards, and it's on the policeman's video recorder, here's the father saying, yeah, boy, he had to do it. I mean, it was a big tussle. There was nothing else he could have done. He made it sound like it's this big rip-roaring fight that went on. That was not the case at all. I mean, it made me sick. It made me sick to my stomach. But honest to God, I couldn't believe that kind of crap still goes on to this day. I thought we were past it. I really, really thought we were past this. And I live on a farm, and I've had people trespass on my property, and I have had people that I have suspected of things, that have been in the driveway or whatever, and they take off out of my driveway in a hurry or whatever. I've jumped in my car and followed them, but never once have I ever grabbed a gun. I go with a pad and pencil to get a description of the car and a license plate number to report it to the deputy sheriff. If you were just trying to see to stop this guy, why didn't you just follow him? All they had to do was follow him, but they took 2 guns after him. And the other part of it too is at no point in time did they ever say citizen's arrest. At no point in time did they ever say that to him. And I got to tell you, I watched his mother. She was a total 100% class act. How she did that interview and everything that she went through and how she did the research, the whole bit, she was so gracious when she spoke to Deborah Roberts. And she was so eloquent and so soft-spoken through all of this, never broke down that they, showed anything off. I couldn't have done it. I mean, her determination was incredible. And I mean, I watched her and I wanted to reach out and hug the woman. I just couldn't believe it. And I wish I could have been a protester at that courthouse because there was absolutely no excuse, no reason for that to have happened at all in any way, shape, or form. And, the other thing was when they were interviewing one of the defense attorneys, and I forget which defense attorney it was a man and a woman, and the woman had curly hair. And Deborah said, well, so she asked her something, had a question about what do you think the narrative of this should be? Shouldn't be that, you shouldn't run or something like that. Or you shouldn't bring a gun or whatever. I forget what the comment was, but anyway, I was absolutely, my jaw hit the floor when the woman looks at Deborah and she said, or the narrative is, he was running because he was caught and he shouldn't have run. And I thought he didn't do anything. He was running because he was caught. No, and he didn't do anything. There's nothing in his hands. There's nothing on his body. He wasn't running because he was caught. He was running because he was out for a run. And then these 2 people in trucks start chasing him. That's what he was running from. I just couldn't believe this woman said that, and it's right there on the TV. I mean, it was shocking, and I was. I don't want to say I was ashamed to be white. I was ashamed that that's still going on in America. It was so obvious what had happened here. And the prosecutor, they made a point of the fact, and I even read articles after Friday's showing, the prosecutor only brought the word of race up one time through that entire trial. She tried that case on the facts, not on the race. Nothing about race. And her closing arguments, it was something to see. And I don't know how you could have found anything else but guilty for it. It was really sad, and I felt so bad for the woman to lose her son like that.
Yeah.
This was not a long-term criminal. This was nothing other than, and at one point, and I'm a runner. I love to run, and at one point they said, if you are white, you have the freedom to run, and they showed legs running through the grass, and without whatever. And I thought, he's right. I do. And I know when we built our house, I mean, I had so many people come up to me afterwards and said, yeah, we walked around in your house. We looked at this, we looked at that. And I'm like, what? I mean, I don't do that. I have never done that on any home because I personally wouldn't trespass on your property. That's me. But it's apparently a very common thing that people walk into houses that are under construction. I'll admit, I've been curious about, I wonder what the house looks like on the inside. I wonder what they're doing. But I would never pull up and walk into a house uninvited, even if it's under construction. That's just not me. But, some people do it. And but that's nothing to get shot over. And my dad was a realtor and built houses. And, they had stuff stolen from their houses. And at one point when they were building one of the houses for our family that my dad was having built, there was so much stuff being built. My two brothers went and hung out in the closets at night, waiting to see if the thieves would come back. I mean, I get that, but neither one of them had a gun. I mean, they were just trying to see if they could catch somebody or get a glimpse of a face or something. So justice was served in both cases, and they also, I read the article that explained what does with malice mean and all that, because I'm like, I know the term malice, but I don't know what malice murder is. And I read the article that explained what all of that was. And so then I went back and, and I'm watching the 2020 thing, and I'm like, oh, okay, now I get what they're talking about. All righty. So yeah, it was obvious from the way of who was guilty of what and who was not guilty of what. They went through each charge with each defendant and did figure out who did what and who didn't, and that's how they came to their conclusion. So I think it was a very, very fair, very well done trial, and the prosecutor, major kudos to her. I mean, she did just lay out the facts, and that was it. So anyway, that's my 2 cents worth for tonight, and I tell you, I think when I'm running now, I do think I'm going to put a little. I will have Ahmaud Arbery in my thoughts when I run from now on, because that is one. If you watch the 2020, if that doesn't shake you to your core, I don't know what does. I mean, it was really something to see, and I've not stopped thinking about it since I saw it Friday night. So I highly encourage everybody to sit down and watch the full 2 hours of this and watch those facts and see how it all unfolds. Mm-hmm. It's just really, really a good, well done by Deborah Roberts. So that's all I have. And I hope you had a lovely holiday, and we will talk to you again later.
Thank you so much. Always moving. Appreciate you chiming in, as always. And we'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, Call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, sometimes when it gets to the busiest time of year for moving packages and mail, I guess some of our delivery guys can get a little overwhelmed at times. But you're not supposed to just dump your stuff in the woods when you get behind. An Alabama sheriff was on Friday trying to figure out how hundreds of FedEx packages ended up dumped in the woods. An estimated 300 to 400 packages of various sizes were found in a ravine near the small town of Hayden. According to the Blount County Sheriff, deputies were sent to guard the scene until FedEx workers could pick up the packages. The sheriff said FedEx sent multiple trucks and drivers from across the South to load up. Photos posted on the sheriff's Facebook page show the packages strewn about the forest, piled at the bottom of a wooded hillside. There was a neighbor that had found the boxes on his property. He said, I mean, it was just a river of boxes. Some were busted open, some were not. It wasn't clear why the packages were in the ravine. We're hoping to have some answers soon. The security of our customers' shipments is a top priority, and we're committed to treating our customers' packages with the utmost care, according to the statement from FedEx. We are taking steps to recover and transport the affected packages. In addition to cooperating with law enforcement, we're conducting a review of this situation, and obviously we'll take the appropriate action. This was the package was found about 30 miles north of Birmingham. So, somebody just probably didn't have enough hours in the day or whatever. Just dump them in the woods, right? Nobody will know otherwise. What's going on, Pappy?
What's happening, Steve? How you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. How was your Thanksgiving weekend? Work.
All right. No, I was actually off the weekend. Back to work tomorrow, but I had the weekend off. Actually worked Thanksgiving. Steve, Wednesday night was off the hook, man. God. What can you say, man?
Traditionally, like Wednesday night, isn't Wednesday like they call it the busiest bar night of the year? And then Thursday, Thanksgiving Day, as the evening progresses, Yeah, don't you get a lot of like domestic calls, right? People say, yeah, they get liquored up and they start arguing about football and politics and all that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I mean, Thanksgiving wasn't as busy as Wednesday. But Steve, it's sad to say I have taken people to jail on Thanksgiving and on Christmas Eve. You just think to yourself, just one day out of the year, can't you all just get along? Amazing. But man, Steve, let me tell you, man, in my time at work, I have driven around and seen many houses under construction, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you get walkthroughs all the time, Steve. Just people do it, you know, especially if you're living in a subdivision that's kind of newly built, you know, and you're walking with the wife or something and you see a house under construction. As long as the brick ain't on and the drywall ain't on or something, I don't know. But people just have they're curious, man, you know, and it's kind of really no big deal, you know, as long as they're not in there stealing anything. But, hey, let's put this citizen's arrest nonsense to rest, Steve. Man, I'm telling you, if you ever find yourself in a bind and the po-po show up and you tell them I was making a citizen's arrest, they're going to laugh at you. They'll never use that term. The Chevy guy's kind of point here. Or was it Heat Wave he called in first there?
Chevy guy.
Yeah, these neighborhood watch programs, right? Exactly what the second word should be, Steve. Neighborhood watch. You don't get involved. You know, all is moving. Great call here. These guys should have never got involved in what they got themselves involved in. I don't know the best way to explain it, Steve, but if I'm off duty, right,
mm-hmm.
and I see something going down, I see two guys getting in a fight, or I'm in a store and a robbery goes down or something, Steve, I'm not getting involved. That might sound crazy, right? As long as nobody's life's in danger, I'm going to become the best witness that I can be. Now, if somebody's life's in danger, that changes things. But then again, if I don't know the full story from beginning to end on what happened, you're taking chances getting involved. If I walk out of Kroger's and there's two guys fighting and one guy pulls out a knife and goes to stab the other guy, involved in that, say I stop that person from stabbing that other person, get involved in a shooting or something,
mm-hmm.
I better know why that person was trying to stab somebody else, Steve. If I don't know why, right? What if the person that's getting stabbed was a robber who just tried to rob this guy at knife point, but the good guy got the better of him, right?
Mm-hmm.
You just don't know unless you've seen everything from the beginning. And we can't stress that enough. In these concealed carry classes, man, I'm telling you, if your life is not directly in danger at all, you don't get involved. Steve, we get, I don't know how many times in my career, got calls for shoplifting in progress. And sometimes we'll sit out in the parking lot and wait for the perps to walk out. We know what they're wearing. Loss prevention has given a good description of them. Steve, when I approach these people, I don't pull my gun out on them. I don't chase these people down with a gun. It's a misdemeanor. He didn't just shoot and kill somebody. He didn't commit some violent felony. You don't have the right to just pull your gun out on people. So from everything I've heard on this case, I think Always Moving just explained it better than I ever can.
Mm-hmm.
From everything that I have heard, I think they made the right decision here. They came to the right verdict. I didn't, watch any of the trial. I'm just going by what I have heard.
Right.
And read, there was an article that came out in Police One. I read that article, but just by from everything that I've heard on how this went down, these guys should have never gotten involved in chasing this guy down, especially with a shotgun. No. So, hey man,
as you said, the death, the penalty for pilfering is not death, right?
Yeah. When Chevy guy was talking, I emailed you. The penalty for shoplifting is not death. The penalty for walking through a house under construction, you don't chase somebody down with a gun. I mean, it's just these guys were in the wrong for getting put themselves on. Sometimes people will think, if there's been a lot of deaths in your neighborhood, cars getting broken into, you get mad. You want, to take on, if I catch you, it's like the old farmer, right? Tired of these kids trespassing on his land, so he fires some salt buck shot, that,
right?
When they call it buck salt.
Yep.
Kid's little butt. You can't do that, Steve. Maybe back in the 50s and 60s you get away with it, but not now, man. You just, man. That's just a warning to anybody. You're going to get involved in something you don't know 100% what you're getting involved in. You got to be extremely careful. My best advice, just be a good witness. So I'm going to finish rolling me some smokes for the off day, Steve. It's cold out there. I think it's supposed to warm up tomorrow, though.
A little bit. Yep, a little bit. If I can get my back in order, I might be able to get a few lights on the house. But, yeah, going into Thanksgiving weekend, my back was almost better. And I don't know what I did Thanksgiving Day, but hell, come Friday morning, I could barely stand up. So I was like back to ground zero, trying to nurse it back to health again. And it's hell getting old, ain't it? All right, a little bit behind here. Get our news break, though. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
Starting Monday, the Biden administration is closing America's borders to travelers from 8 African nations, hoping to slow the spread of a new and concerning COVID variant. The White House and the CDC say no cases of that variant have yet been identified in the United States, though Dr. Anthony Fauci says it's likely already here. Meanwhile, Israel is banning all foreigners from entering that country as part of its effort to stem the spread of the new Omicron variant. Those new restrictions kick in at midnight Sunday, just after the start of Hanukkah. They're expected to last for at least 14 days. LA area seeing another case of a mob of masked thieves looting a retail store, this time a Home Depot in LA County. This man works there, says he tried to stop them.
We closed the front entrance, and they put their sledgehammers up, like whoever got in the way, they were going to hurt them.
USA Radio News.
If you have $2,000 or more in credit card debt, then listen up. We can reduce or eliminate your interest rates. Cut your monthly payment up to 50% and stop all late fees. Our company has been helping good people just like you get out of debt for over 30 years. Don't get stressed out. If you have $2,000 or more in credit card debt and medical bills, we can show you a way to reduce all of your bills to one lower monthly payment that you can afford. So again, if you have $2,000 or more in credit card debt and medical bills you can't afford, make this free call today and learn how you can finally get out of debt. Call now for your free consultation.
800-638-7112. 800-638-7112. 800-638-7112. That's 800-638-7112.
Sponsored by Credit Guard.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, I don't know how he survived, but a case that unfolded over the weekend, Saturday. A man hid inside the landing gear of an American Airlines flight from Guatemala to Miami. Video of the incident shows a man surrounded by law enforcement and airline employees on the tarmac at Miami International Airport. Apparently, a 26-year-old was taken into custody after hiding in the landing gear of the plane, attempting to evade detection. It's been tried before, and oftentimes you'll find these individuals kind of like a popsicle, frozen solid, when they do land. I'm not sure this particular flight, what kind of elevation they got to, because you've got the pressurized portion of the plane. Then if you're in the non-pressurized area, how did he survive? The oxygen level, when you get way up there and there is no oxygen. Anyway, the man was taken to a hospital for medical assessment. Incident remains under investigation. American Airlines said in a statement, Flight 1182 from Guatemala to Miami was met by law enforcement due to a security issue. Saturday, a little after 10 o'clock in the morning, American Airlines is working with law enforcement, airport security in different locations around the world. Yeah, first of all, how does a guy randomly end up being able to even get out there and find his way into the landing gear? That's a question itself. But I digress. Meanwhile, back to the phones we go here on a Monday morning and picking up on the Grump. Hey, Grump, how's things going?
It's going good. Going pretty good. I've been listening a little bit here, and I kind of agree with, well, I'm going to give you my take on this, all right? I don't think for one second that this Arbery guy, this young man that was killed, I don't think for one second that he was just in that house. He was, even the owner had videotaped him several times in and out of that house, and they, at the trial, and they asked him, why he ran. The owner said because he thinks he saw him. He saw him, standing there behind a tree, and he took off running. But having said that, that does not give the McMichaels, the two McMichaels and this Roddy Bryant character, the right to pursue it. Now, the reason these idiots were charged with murder, number one, was because this Brian had that videotape that he withheld for 2 months, even after the cops asked him if he had any, if anybody had filmed anything. No. And then he leaks the damn video. And, the whole thing is absolutely crazy. I mean, when you sit and think about it for a second here, the older McMichael, during the interview, they asked him, do you think he broke into the house today? He said, well, that I don't know. That was right there on the transcript. Yep. That I don't know. Well, then why in the hell was you chasing him? If they had his video 2 or 3 times of him walking around in that house, I would have gave that to the cops and said, here, I got this guy walking around my house. Right. Can you guys run him down and tell him to keep his ass out of here? That would have probably kept him alive. But when you got 3 dumbasses that are trying to take the law in their own hands and do this citizen's arrest stuff, we're going to chase him around the neighborhood because we're big, bad, and bold, and we're armed. That's and I agree with you. When somebody pulls a gun out on me and stuff, and they got me cornered for no damn reason, for no reason that I think one of us is gonna die. I mean, that's just the way it is. I'm gonna be throwing some punches with them. If there's a doubt in my mind that I believe that somebody's going to shoot me anyway, hey, I'm going to get my licks in before they do. But this whole damn thing, it went in front of the jury, and I think they got the right verdict. People can say whatever the hell they want to say. You got Chevy guy going, I know he thinks that it was the wrong verdict and it was just all motivated by race and stuff like that. Well, it might have been motivated by race on why they ran him down. I'm just kind of wondering if it was a white guy out there jogging around, would they have done the same damn thing? Mm-hmm. This crap's got to stop. But like I said, I do not believe for a second that he was just in that house, just looking around.
Right.
Not after the owner had said that he had been taped him several times on his security camera going in and out of that house. You know, I would have hollered at him and said, hey, if I catch you back in my house, I'm going to put a load of buckshot or a load of, something in your butt. Don't come back in here. But people, they don't get involved, and I listen to Pappy there. A police officer, number one, I know from being a police officer and being an investigator for a district attorney's office, is number one, you are a witness. You're going to be called on the stand. I mean, that's just the fact of life. Once you start filling out that police report, you are a witness. You may be the arresting officer, but you're also a witness. And from the time that you get that dispatch, you have absolutely no idea what the hell's going on. You might have a little bit of information what's going on, like on a domestic violence or something like that. You get the call. You're trying to discern what is going on at that residence or at that business. You're trying to do the investigation, an open investigation, and find out exactly what the hell is going on. And you can ask, Stephen will tell you the same thing, is you have absolutely no idea. So you're going to be a witness to the fact, and you're also the investigating officer that's trying to decide who I take to jail or do I take anyone to jail. And I agree with him on Pappy on a lot of things, but the difference between a shoplifter and an armed robbery is a gun. If I see somebody running out of the store for some damn reason, first thing I'm going to do is number one, I'm not going to chase him. I'm going to hope, I'm going to pull my gun, because you never know if they're going to pull one on you. I'm going to have it ready, where, if they drop their stuff and reaches in their coat or something like that, which I've had happen before, I'm going to, level it down on them. So get your hands up or this is going to end ugly. I'm telling you. But, that's something that every police officer out today has to make that decision. And it's getting harder to make that decision. Do I risk pulling my gun, because of all the crap that's been going with defund the police? How deep do I want to wade into these waters and get involved in something? I was at a store one day and two guys were fighting, and one guy was, I'll get my knife out. I said, dude, you fixing to die. I said, you pull that knife and I'm going to shoot your ass. I mean, that's just, they ain't going to play this game with you. So he, kept his hands out and, just knock it off. I have a concealed carry permit. I carry with me everywhere, but if some guy's going to, pull out a knife and start whittling on people, hey, you don't know if you're going to be next or not. That's just the way it is. And so I'm going to evaluate that when it happens. But look, this is a crazy damn world we live in right now. Everybody's so damn uptight. Everything's about race. Everything's about color. Everything is about just the slightest little bitty thing, Steve, sets the world off anymore. So, I guess you do have to just sit back sometimes and say, do I really want to, how deep do I want to wade into these waters when it's come time to get involved in things? But, when you jump in a damn pickup truck and somebody's standing up the back of the pickup hollering, there he goes that way, and we had him trapped like a rat, this kind of thing. Why? I mean, why? You had him on video before in the house. Why in the hell didn't you tell the police officer then? And that's what hung them guys. That and that video that this Roddy character, Roddy Bryan, had. When you wait 2 months after the fact and then you leak the video out like, you're not going to get me in trouble. Well, guess what? You just got an arrest warrant, stuck down your throat, for the simple fact that you withheld evidence, number one, and you became an accessory after the fact. So, hey, they got what they got because of stupidity, and like I said, just trying to be this damn badass out here, hopping in a pickup truck, and we're going to put a stop to these robberies. That's what the cops are there for, dumbass.
Yep.
You don't take off with shotguns and whatever. Plus, he shot the kid twice. That was something else. I mean, it's whether or not he stole anything, I have no idea. Whether or not he, I'm just going by what the transcript said. And the owner of that home had said that he had seen the kid there before, and then he went back and got a pistol and he stuck it in his pocket, and he was looking around the tree, and he said the guy saw him. He said, "Why did he run?" He said, "Because he saw me." He took off. Well, that right there, if I was looking around somebody's property, I would have probably walked over to him and said, "Hey, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to impose on your place here, but I really like your house," or something like that. You don't go back and forth in and out of there, 3 or 4 times, and they catch you on security camera doing that. That kind of tells its own tale, I believe. So, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know, man. I just, like I said, it's just crazy world right now. Where in the hell do you draw the line at between, what's right and what's insanity, and but we got a president right now that's the biggest dumbass that ever walked. It's this guy, man, it's just every day it's something new. He don't know if he's pitching or catching, but yet he's calling the shots and got the damn football. It's crazy right now, but hopefully he's gonna, I don't know, hopefully the Republicans will take back the House and the Senate, and they'll put a stop to all this spending and stuff. I sent you an email there about, my little rant for the day. I didn't know if you looked that over yet.
I've got that. Yes, I do. Of course, it's just my opinion, as you say, just my opinion.
It is just my opinion. That's about it. But anyway, thanks for putting me on, and hey, you have a good night, and I'll talk to you later.
All right, thank you, Grump. And with that, we get a quick 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
News update, top of the hour, just around the corner here. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Hey, coming up later this week, I believe, coming up Friday morning, will be the first Friday in the month of December. If all goes according to plan, we shall be joined by none other than one Chris Gabrielchik, founder, CEO of Hot Shot Secret Lubrication Specialties Incorporated. Hey, and by the way, it is underway as we speak. Today, what they call it, Cyber Monday today. Everybody goes online to do their shopping, right? After the Black Friday. Which Black Friday, it ain't what it used to be. But hey, right now we've got the website special going on for Hot Shot Secret. The more you buy, the more you save. And here's how it works. Now through Tuesday, it's the last couple of days, November the 30th. If you purchase $70 worth of product, whatever it might be, from the HotShotSecret.com website for its Cyber Week, right? $70 or more purchase gets you a 16-ounce Stiction Eliminator tossed in absolutely free. Yeah, the more you buy, the bigger the deal gets. $125 or more purchase, you get a 32-ounce Stiction Eliminator. Spend $200 or more, you get a 64-ounce Stiction Eliminator. And for the big spenders, $350 or more, you get a free 1-gallon Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator tossed in with your order. And speaking of the Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, that's our 5-star review this week from Raphael. He said, Stiction Eliminator saved my 2015 Nissan Altima 2.5. Nissan mechanics, as well as 2 engine service shops, told me I needed a new engine. Yeah, they said the oil was as thick as tar. Well, 1 bottle of Stiction Eliminator and 3 low-mileage oil changes saved me from having to replace my engine. I'd recommend Stiction Eliminator to anyone with a gummy oil problem. Thank you so much to Hot Shot Secret for a fantastic product. All right, well, it sounds like somebody went way too long between oil changes on their 2015 Nissan Altima. But, yeah, Hot Shot Secret saves the day. And with that, we're up to top of the hour. We'll get a news break and get back to your calls. Heat waves on board. We'll get to horse feathers, eagle, and so many more as we roll into the late night, early morning hours. 29th day of November. Well, hard to believe we're almost into December. And we'll be back after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
The White House says President Biden will address Americans on Monday with an update on his administration's response to the new and concerning COVID-19 variant called Omicron. The White House says upon the president's return from his Thanksgiving holiday on Nantucket, he immediately got an in-person briefing from Chief Medical Advisor Dr. Anthony Fauci and the rest of the White House COVID-19 team. A Texas-born actor has made his decision about whether he's going to run for Texas governor or not, and the answer is not. Actor Matthew McConaughey making that announcement in a video message on Twitter on Sunday.
It's a humbling and inspiring path to ponder. It is also a path that I'm choosing not to take at this moment.
McConaughey has suggested he might run for over a year. He has been looking pretty good in some hypothetical polls, and this is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. There are 2 things that I care about. I'm always working on my health and fitness, and I care so much about preventing illness. And that's where vitamin D comes in. Vitamin D is also known as the sunshine vitamin. How do you know if you have low levels of vitamin D? Most people don't. Sons of Liberty, our regular sponsors of CBD, have been working with a group of scientists to create this patent-pending spray vitamin. 5 sprays contain a whopping 15,000 IUs of vitamin D3. It's instantly in your bloodstream, providing amazing protection against illness, and the taste is amazing. Protect yourself and your loved ones this season with this great-tasting vitamin D3 spray from Sons of Liberty. For my listeners only, GoSonsOfLiberty.com is offering a discount of 15% off every product when you use the code WAR15 at checkout. Please support veteran-owned, service-disabled, small business. GoSonsOfLiberty.com. Make the healthy choice and choose GoSonsOfLiberty.com. Use code WAR15 to get up to 15% off. GoSonsOfLiberty.com.
In some places, it would have been devastating, but a 7.5 magnitude earthquake struck a very unpopulated section of Peru. And they say while there has been some damage to structures, there have been no serious injuries or deaths.
The quake occurred at 6:52 local time, just north of Barranca. The quake was also felt in the capital of Lima and other neighboring towns.
It's USA Radio's Wendy King. There was some damage to over 200 homes, and the most significant structural damage, a tower in a 16th century Catholic church collapsed. One of the first ever black Floridians to be elected to Congress, Carrie Meek, has died at 95. Her family says she passed away Sunday at her home in Miami after a long battle with an unspecified illness. She started her career in Congress in 1993 at the age of 66. You can find us online anytime. We're at usaradio.com.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
An actor accused of making a false report, among other things, is going to see his trial start this week. Here's USA Radio's Wendy King with more.
Singer and actor Jussie Smollett will be heading to court this week in Chicago. He's facing a felony disorderly conduct charge. Authorities say he lied about being taken captive in January of 2019. He told authorities that 2 men kidnapped him and used racial and homophobic slurs. He claims they beat him and put a makeshift noose around his neck. According to prosecutors, Smollett hired 2 brothers he knew to pretend to attack him in order to boost his career. Jury selection is expected to begin on Monday. The charges against him carry a maximum sentence of 3 years, but he will likely get probation since he has no criminal background. From the USA Radio News Pacific Northwest Bureau, I'm Wendy King.
And Disney taking back first place in the North American box office race. The studio's new animated film Encanto finished in first place during the Thanksgiving weekend, earning $40 million between Wednesday and Sunday in theaters across the U.S. and Canada. Coming in second, Ghostbusters Afterlife. The new Lady Gaga Al Pacino film, House of Gucci, was a distant third. And from the New England Bureau of USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Season. Things really beginning to wind down, but still a tad bit left on the slate. I know it's only Monday, but maybe we can start looking forward to next weekend as we'll be into the month of December starting Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the 50th annual Snowbird Outlaw Nationals. Bradenton Motorsports Park there in Bradenton, Florida. The owner of Bradenton Motorsports Park announced earlier this year that the 50th annual Snowbird Nationals would feature a massive $50,000 for the Pro Mod class to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the event. Now that purse and the event's reputation has attracted 50 of the best Pro Mod teams in the country, And now we have what could be the greatest pro mod race ever set to unfold next weekend there at Bradenton Motorsports Park. Lots of other classes, Pro 275, X275, the LDR, Pro 632, 460 bike, and Index. Many Hot Shot Secret sponsored racers will be there on the track next weekend. And Hot Shot Secret sponsoring the live feed to be available via Flow Racing. So there you go. Something to look forward to coming up next weekend. Yeah, big purse, big event, 50 of the best pro mod teams in the country at Bradenton Motorsports Park. There we go. That's back to the calls here. And hello, Heatwave. How was your Thanksgiving weekend?
Good morning, senor. Well, it was okay till about early Saturday morning. Wound up with a mild case of food poisoning.
Oh, no.
My good Lord. Yeah, we traced it back to a pumpkin pie that I had the previous Monday, because everybody else had the same grub that I had over the Thanksgiving day, and the only thing we could think of that I had different was a pumpkin pie that my granddaughter had made, and we'll just leave it at that. But no, the Thanksgiving day was a bright, sunshiny day. It was eerily calm and quiet. No wind, no sound. So, I mean, if you wanted to have a picture perfect, go outside and have a picnic kind of day, that's what Thursday was. And I've been sharing some photographs of previous Thanksgivings past. And, you see the snow out in front of the house and in the pictures of Thanksgivings in the past. And then today, Thursday was just the exact opposite. Wasn't hot, wasn't too cool. It was just right. I mean, hell, if I just put some dark shades on and laid out on the artificial turf in my backyard, I could have just slept soundly. Had a pretty nice tan to go with it. So, anyways, I'm going to be a breath of fresh air, and I'm not going to comment anything about these cases. But I will mention that there was another trial being held on a young man that was claiming self-defense, and apparently he was found not guilty as well.
Yes.
But it was a black man or black kid. I don't know when this happened, the actions, but you sure didn't hear anything about it on the news. It just maybe a little blurb, and that was it. So I have absolutely no idea, what his circumstances were. But it's the job of any defense attorney. And I know Always Moving said she was just appalled at what the defense attorney had said. But you have to believe that your client is innocent when you take on the case. And if you lose the case, you still have to maintain your belief in your client's innocence. And that's just the way it is. I mean, we all knew OJ was guilty, right? But his defense team, said, if the glove don't fit, you must acquit. And it was the state's, the prosecutor's job to find without a reason, without a reasonable doubt that the man did it. So, OJ walked. But then, when it came time for wrongful death, that's when he got nailed for that. And then we know the rest of the story. But anyways, yeah, so it was a nice, quiet Thanksgiving. Dallas lost. It's like, all right, well, A&M probably will lose to LSU, and well, what do you know? A&M lost to LSU, and then I heard Ohio just got outscored by Michigan, first time in a long time. So what's that head coach going to do? Is he going to stay with the school, or is he going to get fired, or what's going on with him? I heard there was some grumblings about that head coach over there.
At Ohio State, now that I'm not sure.
Okay. Yeah, maybe it was just chatter on the Facebook.
I mean, I saw Big Ed posting something about. I don't know. Did Oklahoma? It looks like there was some sort of a deal with Oklahoma and their coach. I'm not sure. Like I said, Big Ed had posted something. I'll have to dig up.
Yeah, Lincoln Riley, according to Google News, he signed on with USC.
Okay.
So I'm thinking maybe what his idea is. Well, he's always close to the big game, but he never made it to the big game, and maybe he thinks the SEC competition is just going to be way too much for him. So he's going to go to the Pac-12. I mean, seriously, where would you rather be? Would you rather be in the middle of the country with Tornado Alley? Would you rather be in Shaky Town with Hollywood being all around you? He's probably getting more money over there at USC. He's going to enjoy the sunshine, the ocean, the Hollywood elite. I don't know. I guess, if that's all he was really looking into, then, he'd probably be a good fit for USC. But yeah, as far as A&M goes, I tell you what, that was a big disappointment following a pretty good season they had last year. To wind up 8-4, all I got to say to ESPN, the sports writers, the local announcers of the football games at A&M, and all the pundits that are for Texas A&M, just do us all a favor. Don't mention nary a word about A&M football until they actually do something. Because every time you try to paint a rosy picture, them players find a way to shoot themselves in the foot. To say that I'm disappointed is an understatement. I'm very disappointed in A&M, but at least they whopped up on a JUCO team. Prairie View A&M 50 something to 3 2 weekends ago. So I guess they can stick a feather in their hat and say it was a good year.
Well,
so other than that, I just got up here about an hour ago. I'm still rubbing the cobwebs from my head and trying to get Sandman out of my eyes. Did I miss anything? Did I miss anything out there? I missed the first hour, obviously, but yeah, not a whole lot to say. Just want to let everybody know that I'm alive and kicking, back out on the road, and we're doing this again until we run out of hours, and we'll take another break and do it again. So maybe tomorrow I'll have more information instead of the BS I'm spouting off right now.
So when you think you're going to have a hankering for a nice piece of pumpkin pie?
Oh, as long as there ain't nothing growing on it, I'll be just fine.
There you go. All right.
So, all righty, senor. Have yourself a good night. We'll holler at y'all later.
Glad you're feeling better, right? Yeah, nothing like a good old case of food poisoning. Yeah, I have an uncle who to this day does not eat turkey anymore. Going back many, many years ago, his wife at the time had made a turkey, and I guess she let it sit out way too long. Cooked the bird and let it sit out all day before serving the turkey dinner. Like everybody, got the food poisoning from that bird. Didn't have enough places for people to be yakking, if you know what I mean. So, yeah, he's a Thanksgiving dinner ham kind of guy now. Just one of those things, right? Won't eat the bird. Once you get food poisoning from something, it's hard to go back and eat it again, right? Looking at 17 past the hour, I believe, let's see, is Eagle coming up next? Talking about Black Friday. And otherwise, lines available at 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let me see here. Heads up. North Carolina, from Surrey County, North Carolina, Pilot Mountain State Park was closed this past day and most likely will be all week while firefighters try to contain a fire near Grindstone Trail. Crews were briefed this past morning before heading out. The fire on Pilot Mountain has burned over 300 acres as of Sunday evening, according to the Forestry Service there. Officials with the Pilot Knob Fire Department said a call about the fire came in Saturday, a little after 5 in the afternoon. In a tweet shared this past morning, Governor Ray Cooper said the governor's office has been in communication with local officials responding to the fire on Pilot Mountain. We appreciate the tireless work of firefighters, the Forest Service, and others to keep people safe. 6 fire departments were on the scene Saturday night as firefighters approached the fire from the Summit parking lot in defensive operations due to strong winds. Now, officials do say so far no homes have been damaged, but concerns that winds will be kicking up later today, which may rapidly spread the fire. There was a woman who lives near the mountain, describes what she saw when she first spotted the flames. We were leaving the parade in Mount Airy, headed home, and we see a bright orange sky. We kept driving closer to home, and when the car started slowing down, when we saw the fire, we immediately thought, what's going on? A lot of people were pulled over in shock. Yeah, I assume that it's happening. It makes me a little uneasy going to bed, not knowing if it's going to be put out. So I'm not seeing anything about evacuations and whatnot, but a number of photographs have been shared and whatnot. But yeah, they are concerned about the winds kicking up later today. So a lot of smoke as well will be involved there. Meanwhile, back to the calls we go. And would that be Eagle?
Yeah, it's me tonight. I'm still at home on Thanksgiving. I probably won't be going back out until Wednesday or Thursday, taking a couple more days off. It's usually pretty slow after Thanksgiving anyway, because a lot of warehouses and factories will close, so it's not too much going on Monday or Tuesday. Not at my company. I don't know about everybody else. But, Steve, I'm not going to waste my time talking about these cases, Rittenhouse case or this case in Georgia. You notice that these people always release, these verdicts on these cases either on a late Friday night or before the holiday. And that's not a coincidence, not a mistake that they do that, that they release these verdicts on these, because people are occupied with other things. So if they don't care about it, guess what? I don't care about it either. So I'm not going to even waste my time with it. So here's what you need to be concerned with, the American people or anybody else that's out there. Is this? I don't know if you've been over there, because I just turned the radio on about an hour ago. This so-called new variant of COVID virus. Yeah. Have you heard about this deal?
Yep.
Well, let me put it another way. Huh?
I said, we touched on it.
Well, you don't need to be. Okay. I missed out on that. Okay. Well, I'm gonna touch on it because here's what the deal is with good old Mr. Joe Biden, the so-called president of this country. It's not the virus of this new variant. It's not a matter of if it's going to get to the U.S., Steve. It's just a matter of when. It's probably already in the United States due to the fact that we don't have a president in this country who does his job, or a vice president. So you can count on anybody out there tonight that's listening to me thinking to themselves, well, maybe the virus won't enter into the U.S. because we got good old Joe Biden protecting us. Well, you better think again, because like I say, if it's not in the United States now, it will be. And here's the reason why I know it will, Steve. As I was looking at TV again this weekend, there's another caravan that's headed to the United States of America. And guess where some of those people come from? Some of those people that are in that caravan making their way towards the U.S. They're from Africa, and some of them come from South Africa, where this new variant is supposed to be coming from. So all these people are making their way towards the United States, and Joe Biden still hasn't closed down the U.S. border. He still hasn't stopped these people from trying to enter into the United States of America, and he will not stop these people. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about the virus, Steve. You look at the situation in Canada. The man I read today, the president of Canada, or whatever you want to call him, he has already shut down the border of Canada from anybody entering that country from Africa, South African area. Nobody is allowed it. Joe Biden is still twiddling his thumbs, still playing games. Meanwhile, planes are flying into the U.S. from all over the world right now. As we speak, Steve, planes are flying into the USA right now, and you don't know who has this deadly virus as they unload from these airplanes. And Joe Biden doesn't know, nor does he care. So, like I said, we got another bad situation going on, Steve. Every day they keep telling you to get vaccinated this, vaccinated that you're gonna lose your job, that you're not gonna be able to go into different restaurants and department stores. But Joe Biden, for some reason, we talked about this before, Steve. For some reason, if you're an illegal alien or somebody that's in this country of not of America, you supposedly you don't need to be vaccinated. I guess those people are immune to the COVID virus, since Mr. Joe Biden doesn't think they need to be vaccinated. Maybe these so-called immigrants, they don't carry the virus. I guess that's the stupidity that this president is under the suspicion of. But you know something, Steve? I'm gonna say something that I've learned about this virus over the past year. And I heard somebody say this before I get to Dr. Fauci. I heard somebody say this about a year ago. And, because people kept saying, I'll be glad when we get rid of this virus. I'll be glad when this goes away. And then I heard somebody come on TV, a doctor, and he said that we're going to be dealing with this virus for a long time. And you know what? Whoever invented this virus, Steve, knew exactly what they were doing. They knew that this virus could mutate into different forms. Anytime the vaccine, it would wear down, and the virus, that's what viruses do. They mutate into a stronger source to avoid the vaccine that you've been taking. So we're not going to it'll be a long time before we finally do away with this virus. And before it's all said and done, it's going to mutate into something even stronger that a vaccine can't do nothing about. And then we'll see what Joe Biden has to say about that. But, here's something else that's going on, Steve, is this Dr. Fauci guy. He's back in the news again. But luckily we have a few politicians out there that are actually calling this guy out, such as Senator Cruz and some other politicians that are calling him out for the loser that he is. And hopefully he'll go away like he had been for a while. Every time a new variant, it's like this guy gets happy. Every time a new variant of this virus pops up, Steve, it's almost like Dr. Fauci has a big smile on his face from ear to ear, because he knows that something that he was involved in is evolving even more. He's like a mad doctor, a mad scientist out there. So, like I said, the more you see that guy on your television talking about the COVID virus, that's a bad sign for American people. Because I promise you, Dr. Fauci doesn't want that virus to go away. Every time he hears about a new mutation, he's happy about it, because his plan is going exactly the way he wanted to. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Every time there's a new variant, every time there's a new vaccine, every time that they have to, already they had, Pfizer announcing that in the event that a vaccine escape variant emerges, like the new Omicron variant, a new vaccine could be ready in the next 100 days. They're just and every time there's a mutation and you have to get a new variant of the vaccine. Hey, you know how much money stands to be made, and Dr. Fauci gets to cash in on that big time. So what is this Omicron variant? The B11529 variant. Has the World Health Organization concerned about the mutations in the spike protein? This may indicate that Omicron is resistant to the current strain of vaccines. As always, we will continue to follow the science as we look at the best approaches. In the event that vaccine escape variant emerges, Pfizer and BioNTech expect to be able to develop and produce a tailor-made vaccine against that variant in approximately 100 days, subject to regulatory approval, of course. According to Reuters, Moderna said on Friday that they would be working on to advance a booster candidate tailored to the new variant. They've also been testing a higher dose of their existing booster to study other booster candidates designed to protect against multiple variants. Change, and more change. But right there, let's get a news break. Lines available here on Monday morning. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
The White House says President Biden will address Americans on Monday with an update on his administration's response to the new and concerning COVID-19 variant called Omicron. The White House says upon the president's return from his Thanksgiving holiday on Nantucket, he immediately got an in-person briefing from Chief Medical Advisor Dr. Anthony Fauci and the rest of the White House COVID-19 team. A Texas-born actor has made his decision about whether he's going to run for Texas governor or not, and the answer is not. Actor Matthew McConaughey making that announcement in a video message on Twitter on Sunday.
It's a humbling and inspiring path to ponder. It is also a path that I'm choosing not to take at this moment.
McConaughey has suggested he might run for over a year. He has been looking pretty good in some hypothetical polls, and this is USA Radio News.
If you have $2,000 or more in credit card debt, then listen up. We can reduce or eliminate your interest rates. Cut your monthly payment up to 50% and stop all late fees. Our company has been helping good people just like you get out of debt for over 30 years. Don't get stressed out. If you have $2,000 or more in credit card debt and medical bills, we can show you a way to reduce all of your bills to one lower monthly payment that you can afford. So again, if you have $2,000 or more in credit card debt and medical bills you can't afford, make this free call today and learn how you can finally get out of debt. Call now for your free consultation.
800-638-7112. 800-638-7112. 800-638-7112. That's 800-638-7112.
Sponsored by Credit Guard.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, Would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Well, I suppose, based on all the video coverage we've seen, hey, they're getting away with it in California. Let's try it here, too. AKA, guess it was Minneapolis. Somewhere in Minnesota, anyway. Yeah, Minneapolis. Surprise, surprise. A flash mob, 20-30 suspected looters hit a Best Buy on Black Friday. And they managed to get away before police arrived. About 8 a.m. at the Best Buy location near the Burnsville Center Shopping Mall, a suburb south of Minneapolis. Not immediately clear how much merchandise was taken. According to police, no weapons were believed to be involved in a separate incident at a nearby Best Buy in Maplewood. The Maplewood police said a large group, 10 to 12 adults and juvenile suspects entered the store together and stole multiple high-value items. Police called the incident a grab-and-run theft. Televisions, tablets, hoverboards, things that were stolen there. And as the previous case, once police arrived, the suspects were already gone. Now, looking into whether these two incidents may have actually been connected. But as we've seen, major retailers in cities and metro areas around the country have seen numerous flash mob-style robberies in recent weeks. Last week, Los Angeles police chief said that the city's police commission plans to step up police presence in response to several such incidents there. But, yeah, the flash mob. Let's get some free Christmas stuff. But supposedly they'll go in, grab the merchandise, and then sell it on the likes of eBay or some of the online auction sites. And it's a new way of making money. All right, Grump mentioned his rant for the day. Just my opinion, as always, of course. Another COVID variant's on the way. Why, of course it is. Personally, people can believe what they want to believe, but this entire COVID craziness has been a Democrat's blessing. Yet no one's denying its effects on our elderly, the sick, or the most immune deficient among us. But liberals and progressives see this just another reason for more government control over we the people. COVID rates right up there with the hysteria over climate change. Another perpetual hoax bought and paid for by the American taxpayers. When the climate clowns enlist idiots like AOC and some little twit like Greta Thunberg as their go-to girls for expert commentary, I've got to join the ranks of the doubters. Both of them are nothing but pampered, petulant, privileged brats that are more about marketing their financial future than actually giving a big bull's butt about the environment. AOC and her new Green Deal have a lot of funny-smelling brown stuff in it. If anybody would actually take the time and read it, it does nothing to combat this fake climate emergency, but it does everything to socialize every part of our lives to the tune of $100 trillion in 10 years. I noticed little Miss Thunberg failed to mention in her address to the United Nations that she came to New York on a rich man's sailboat, but her family and friends flew there on a private jet. Hypocrisy, of course, but no more than Joe Biden's Build Back Better bullcrap. This ridiculous BBB plan was actually first brought up by UN Secretary General as a way of reinventing socialism to the world. This same group of lying elites that said having control over people as a result of COVID is also a must to fight climate change today. Now, he said it in April of 2020. Now, you know why? This infrastructure bill was only for about 15% of the infrastructure. The rest was all about social spending. Al Gore, John Kerry, countless other liars have got stinking rich off this climate hoax, especially when they both have invested handsomely in green energy technology that's heavily subsidized by, yes, we the people. Gore's foundation has gotten around $2.5 billion since he started his white lie to prosperity. Since 1880, I should say, the models show this planet has warmed about 1.2 degrees Fahrenheit, which really has shot holes in Al Gore's statement that the oceans are going to rise 20 feet by the year 2014 and the polar ice would be gone. The only thing that's risen 20 feet is the malarkey from Gore, because scientists say it would take 4,000 years for the oceans to rise that high if the climate was changing like he claimed. He and his buddy Richard Branson were at the rich and famous climate party, and a lady asked Gore if Gore was a climate prophet, at which Branson replied, well, depends on how you spell prophet. They all laughed, and of course, making their noise, more noise than the farting cows that AOC despises. Another variant of COVID, yes, more control. It doesn't matter what the reason, bureaucrats are what's destroying this country right now. All the shots in the world is not going to stop COVID, and all the electric cars in the world is not going to stop climate change. When bureaucrats, elected or not, can instill fear in we the people, they beat it like a rented mule, and they'll ride it until they're either more wealthy, more powerful, or more controlling. Do a little research and tell every bureaucrat to just kiss it. Just my opinion. Yes, indeed. Rant of the day from our friend the Grump. There you go. It is 844-844-3388. Head on down and check in with Philip. Hey there.
Hey, bud. How you doing?
Was it a busy weekend in Orlando? I saw Orlando was like the number one destination for Thanksgiving travelers.
It must have been pretty good. I know all the airports down here, they had all their parking garages were closed because they didn't have any spaces. So I had Thanksgiving off. I stayed at the house pretty much. I had to work yesterday, but at Disney, but I worked at Walmart Friday and Saturday. But I noticed that Friday, I thought there would be more people shopping on Friday, but I guess everybody went to the big store looking for a television set or something like that. I don't know. You were talking about that smash and grab stuff, Steve. with all this technology that we have, isn't everything serial numbered right now?
For the most part, yeah.
All right, so you think that we got all this technology, and we're able to track serial numbers, and we're able to track all this information. Wouldn't you think that if somebody stole the tablet or somebody stole the television, that when it turned up somewhere, that we would find it? Because shouldn't you be able to, well, unless you're on Craigslist, I guess, but if you're on like eBay and all that, you've got to provide the serial information on it, right?
Exactly. Yep.
And it seems like to me, is our law enforcement monitoring those sites for serial numbers and whatnot like that when something pops up? You know, I mean, the days of taking it down to a pawn shop and all that stuff is one thing, but I mean, if you legitimately buy it, you go into a pawn shop. If you take something into a pawn shop now, they're going to check it out before they actually buy it. They're going to check the serial number and everything on it. That's what I don't understand with these guys stealing this high value stuff. Now, obviously, when I've seen this here lately, they had some incidents where they broke into like jewelry stores and whatnot in the mall. Now that stuff, I don't know how they would serial number diamonds and all that kind of stuff, but I don't know. But it seems like the electronics, anything, be it a phone, a computer, a television, or any of that stuff, it seems like to me that's all serial numbered, and it should be, be able to be trackable at any given time where it's at. I mean, heck, everybody's always got these conspiracy theories about all our telephones and how they're able to track us and whatnot. So, same way with vehicles. I mean, a VIN number on a vehicle, it's trackable. I mean, you can't rub it off now. So I don't know. I just find it hard to believe, but it's funny how all of it's popping up right now. And about the variant, Steve, does this sound a lot like how, remember back in the day when they were talking about antibiotics, how they would not work anymore?
Yes.
Remember that, Steve?
Antibiotic resistant, sure. I mean, that's just, and that goes to this day. They mutate.
Yeah, and it's all this stuff. I mean, it's, this science that has developed this stuff over the years. I mean, stuff's going to genetically change itself when it gets out into the population. So I just don't know if they need to shut down things like they were before. I mean, I don't know how bad this variant is. I don't know much about it, but we're status quo down here. Everything is opening up more and more every day down here. Things are going status quo. I mean, how's it in Cincinnati right now?
I'm not hearing a whole lot about spread of the virus or any issues with hospitalizations or capacity issues, anything like that. And what I have heard about this new variant, the doctor in South Africa that first, I guess blew the whistle on it, said that the symptoms appear to be very mild. They don't have anyone, with serious illness. It's almost like the new variation of the virus is, as they're supposed to do. Typically, they get weaker over time and eventually just kind of fade away.
Yeah, well, if you look at this, who's going to make the money on this deal? I mean, our pharmaceutical companies are going to make money, like Moderna and Pfizer.
Yep.
I mean, who's paying the bill? Who's paying the bill for all our shots right now? Every shot that's been given, who paid the bill for that? Our government did, right?
Yeah, that's we the people.
I haven't heard too much about. I know when I got my shots, they went in there and they didn't ask me for an insurance card. They said, if you have insurance, we'd like to know who your insurance carrier is, but they didn't tell me to pull it out and demand it. So I got a feeling the insurance companies aren't paying for any of this vaccine that's been handed out. It's our government's is paying for it all, And I don't know, Steve, was that established when Trump was in office on who would pay for all this, or was that when Biden got in?
I'm pretty sure that it was all kind of rolled up into the various COVID relief bills. So you had one under Trump. Was it one or two? And then Biden had the big one when he came in. So I think they were all part of that.
Yeah. But it seems like to me there's somebody somebody's making some money somewhere on this deal. You know, and the pharmaceutical companies are making tons of money. Insurance companies been making tons of money for years on the government lobby and everything. So, I mean, it is what it is with lobbying the government. And by the way, Steve, did you hear we got a new resident in Florida? Did you hear that? We got Pelosi bought a house down here. Did you hear that?
I did, yes. How about that?
I heard rumor that it's in Jupiter, Florida. Did you hear that?
I didn't see a location. I just saw that, she had been down there house hunting and purchased a place. I mean, but I guess a multi-million-dollar residence right on the ocean, ironically. How odd is that since the ocean's going to rise and she's going to be underwater? And, I mean, how do you think she's going to like being governed by Ron DeSantis?
Well, this is the thing I don't understand is I heard she paid $25 million for this house. It's 11,000 square foot. Now, if it's in Jupiter, Florida, and you know where Jupiter is, that's where Tiger Woods lives. That's where Burt Reynolds lives. And it's not too far away from Palm Beach. So who all lives in Palm Beach? You got former President Trump. You got, Rush Limbaugh. He had lived in Palm Beach. I think Sean Hannity lives down here. There's quite a few people that live down here that's all over the news and everything. I don't know what she's doing. How come she didn't go back to San Francisco?
Right.
How come she didn't go back to her great state of California? I don't know. I don't mind her coming on down here. She can pay taxes like all the rest of us. Hey, it is what it is. So, but that's all I got for the day, bud. I appreciate you. Thank you for having me on. You have a good one, man.
All right. Thank you much, Philip. Have a great morning. Hey, you talk about who's making money. Who's making money? Yeah, to the tune of, how about this? Pfizer, BioNTech, and Moderna. They're making combined profits of $65,000 every minute from the vaccines. While the poorest countries remain largely unvaccinated, according to the latest numbers, the companies have sold the vast majority of their doses to rich countries, leaving the low-income nations in the lurch, according to the People's Vaccine Alliance. Now, they base their calculations on the firm's own earning reports. The alliance estimates the trio will make pre-tax profits of $34 billion this year between them, which works out to over $1,000 per second. $65,000 a minute or $93.5 million a day. That is obscene amounts of money. It is obscene that just a few companies are making millions of dollars in profit every hour, while just 2% of people in low-income countries have been vaccinated against coronavirus. According to the African Alliance and People's Vaccine Alliance Africa, Pfizer, BioNTech, and Moderna have used their monopolies to prioritize the most profitable contracts with the richest governments, leaving low-income countries out in the cold. Pfizer and BioNTech have delivered less than 1% of their total supplies to low-income countries, while Moderna has delivered just 0.2% of their supplies. But there's your numbers. Hey, they're making $1,000 per second. Big money on the line. All right, rolling toward top of the hour news break here. We've got plenty of room for you. Want to jump on board? It is 844-844-3388. What do you say, horse feathers?
Hey, morning, Your Honor. Yeah, I think I said something about that before there, that you just need to follow the money there to see who's profiting in all this. But as far as getting the shot goes, when we went to Walgreens and had our vaccinations done there, they required the insurance card and all the information, and our insurance company was billed for it. Now, Now, whether the taxpayers reimbursed our insurance companies, that I don't have any way to know that information. But anyways, at least our insurance, both my wife's and mine's insurance, were both charged for the shot that we got. Both sets of vaccinations, the first and second for the Pfizer shot. So, and that was out of Walgreens. So that's as much as I know about that. Now, back when this whole COVID thing first came about, and we had a president that remember a president that called it the China virus.
No, right.
Yeah. So he shut down air travel from Asia and a few other countries in that area. Now, the Democrats, they had a word for that. What was it that they were saying when he shut down that air travel and they didn't think that was the thing to do? What was that word they put on that?
Was it a racist, or I don't know? Was it a xenophobe? They called him a bunch of different names.
Xenophobe. Yes, there you go. Yeah. Now, isn't what Biden's doing, stopping the people from South Africa to be able to? Isn't that a little xenophobic, a little racist? Right. So, just asking. But especially since apparently it's not as bad as even having COVID. But just observation from a truck driver and asking a question, just looking for answers. But anyways, there. So you've mentioned the term a couple times tonight there with other callers. You've mentioned the term "we the people," and of course that comes from our great document that we have in Washington, D.C., supposedly under glass and hopefully not to be erased and rewritten the way other people want it to be. But I sent you a couple links there from back. One was in the 80s there that Ronald Reagan had a speech there where he discussed the "we the people" and how the government is supposed to work for the people and not be telling the people what to do. So I don't know. I know there's probably no way you can really play any of that, and it goes for a little bit, but I didn't know if you wanted to share that along with your Facebook and if people were interested in what Ronald Reagan had to say there in the 80s about that. And there was another thing I came across. I guess he was doing probably a campaign type speech there, and it was back in the 60s, and to hear what he talked about in this campaign speech, it was another person running for office, but to hear the problems that were there and the spending problems that were there in the early 60s, and then how it's so true today that the same exact problems. Now the dollar amounts are a lot different, but the same problems seem to have been there at that time. So I don't know. Is there a way we can look back in history and figure out how things got better or didn't get better? Maybe we should look into that. Maybe we should try to apply something for today, and what's coming up to our next set of elections here coming up, and maybe the people we want to be going into office or try to take offices over, and put new people in office. But anyways, I don't know. That's about what we had going for you there. So had a good Thanksgiving. Glad to hear your Thanksgiving was all right there until you went and re-wrenched your back. Did you use a left-handed monkey wrench there when you wrenched your back again there? What you're supposed to get that straightened out there. Get that left-handed monkey wrench, put it back in the toolbox. But anyways, hey, I see we're about to news time there, so we'll let you get to that and do the important stuff, and then you go out and look for some intelligent callers there.
All right. Well, speaking of which, we could use some of those because we just cleared the lines. Clear lines here on a Monday, so yeah, got a ways to go. We hit the midnight hour on the West Coast, 3 a.m. on the Eastern time zone. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
President Biden is back at the White House after a holiday week on Nantucket. He immediately received a briefing on the Omicron variant. Biden getting an in-person briefing from the chief medical advisor, Dr. Anthony Fauci, and other members of the COVID-19 team at the White House. Dr. Fauci says the rate at which it appears to be able to spread is very concerning, but he says it doesn't necessarily mean the new variant's more deadly than the other forms of the virus.
You don't want people to panic, but you want to know that we're doing everything we can to stay ahead of this.
Many Republicans in particular, like Pennsylvania Representative Lloyd Smucker, are concerned that it's going to lead the federal government to try to step up the idea of mandating things like vaccinations.
That is a decision that every individual should make with their doctor. This is a health decision that should not be mandated by the government.
This is USA Radio News.
Folks, you know how cancel culture has affected Mike Lindell. Well, MyPillow may have gotten canceled out of retail stores, but you can save big just in time for Christmas at MyPillow.com. The classic standard size MyPillow that sold in stores for almost $70 is on sale for Christmas for just $19.98. Standard size, $19.98. Queen and king size slightly higher, but only if you go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, get a MyPillow for that special person in your life. You also get a free press and pack bag so you can take your MyPillow anywhere. Save big on anything on the MyPillow website, but only if you use my promo code USA. Support Mike Lindell and American Jobs. Get the best price ever on a MyPillow, and do your Christmas shopping at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA or call 1-800-951-8175. Merry Christmas.
Hanukkah, the Jewish festival of lights, beginning at sundown tonight, the joyous holiday that commemorates religious freedom won by a tiny band of Jews, the Maccabees, more than 2,000 years ago. That's when the Syrian Greeks tried to suppress Judaism. But the Maccabees recaptured the temple, which was a miracle in itself, and so was the one-day supply of holy oil that burned in the temple menorah for 8 days. There's been a strong earthquake in South America, as we hear from USA Radio's Wendy King.
The quake occurred at 6:52 local time, just north of Barranca. The quake was also felt in the capital of Lima and other neighboring towns. No major damage or tsunami alerts were reported. A 7.5 earthquake on September 26th in 2005 caused 5 deaths, about 70 injuries, and significant damage to the surrounding region. From the USA Radio News Pacific Northwest Bureau, I'm Wendy King.
And this is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Russian authorities have released the names of the 51 people presumed dead after a devastating methane explosion in a Siberian coal mine. It's believed to be the deadliest since 2010. More on the story from USA Radio's Wendy King.
A rescuer at Russia's collapsed Lisvanaya coal mine who went missing was found alive, according to officials, after 51 people died in the mine explosion on Thursday morning. The regional prosecutor has begun an inquiry on whether labor and industrial safety laws were followed, while a government investigation arm has launched a criminal case.
A Pennsylvania man's been killed by a stray bullet while he was eating his Thanksgiving dinner. Authorities near Philadelphia say that bullet went through a window in the man's house in Norristown, hitting him in the torso, and he was flown to a hospital, but he was pronounced dead shortly after arrival. Officials say no one in the home was involved in the argument outside that apparently led to the shooting. The shooter is still at large at last check. Famous Hollywood bear has passed away. The Vital Ground Foundation says Bart the Bear, too, died, in the words of a statement, silently and naturally in Utah a few days ago. The grizzly was featured in many motion pictures, including Dr. Dolittle 2 and We Bought a Zoo. Also was in the HBO series Game of Thrones. And for USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
It's coming. crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Help but wonder, is it just coincidental, or is there more to it? Personally, I think it's the latter, but the name of this new COVID variant, Omicron. Yeah, believe it or not, you realize it or not, that's a part of the Greek alphabet, right? They skipped over the Greek letters of nu, N-U, and Z, or X-I. I guess that's Xi. Who else has the name Xi? Yeah, Xi Jinping. Yeah, the Chinese guy, right? Yeah, he's Xi. Don't want to use his name. Don't want it associated with China, do we? Now, new, N-U, is too easily confounded with the word new, N-E-W, according to the World Health Organization. Xi, X-I, is not used because it's a common last name. Common? They explain the World Health Organization's best practices for naming disease suggest avoiding causing offense to any cultural, social, national, regional, professional, or ethnic groups. Now, to the reader that first alerted Newsmax to the skipping of the Greek letters, that whole explanation is just moonshine. Xi, Xi, is not a common name in China. It is not even among the top 100 surnames. According to Government Affairs consultant John Stalides, who is a fluent Greek speaker, he says, by one index, Xi, Xi, is the surname of 0.0006% of Chinese residents. That would translate to approximately 1 in every 1,700 people. Now, Xi is a common name within the paramount office, though, of the General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party, the highest-ranking official in the People's Republic of China, Xi Jinping. This pattern of ongoing World Health Organization deference to the political sensibilities of China's political leadership is just blaringly self-evident. He went on to observe that the pattern of troubling World Health Organization decisions over the course of the 2-year pandemic leads to a number of questions. Recall when they first ignored Taiwan's early warnings of a regional viral outbreak in Wuhan, where just 2 weeks later that the World Health Organization repeated Beijing's claims of no human-to-human transmission. More than a month into the pandemic, the World Health Organization supported continued international travel in and out of China. 6 weeks after the pandemic emerged, the World Health Organization officially named the virus as COVID-19, obviously disconnecting it from its geographic region. Obviously the China flu, the Wuhan flu, which has been the historic naming process for most viral outbreaks. Things like the Spanish flu comes to mind, right? This whole World Health Organization criticized for their lackluster investigation into the origins of this virus. Was it a lab? Was it the wet market? But does it matter? We cannot have any inference to China for whatever reason with anything to do with COVID. All right, totally different subject. A couple of weeks ago, I shared a little story about if you want to invest some money, you want to hit it big. Well, forget about investing in Amazon. They said invest in some of these fertilizer companies. Remember that story? Yeah, update over the Thanksgiving weekend. A global shortage of nitrogen fertilizer is driving prices to record highs, prompting North America's farmers to delay purchases, raising the risk of a springtime scramble to apply the crop nutrient before planting season. Farmers obviously apply nitrogen to boost the yields of corn, canola, and wheat, and higher fertilizer costs translates into higher meat and bread prices. World food prices hit a 10-year high in October, according to the UN Food Agency, led by increases in cereal crops like wheat and vegetable oils. You had, first of all, they hearkened back to the Texas Arctic blast in February, then Hurricane Ida in August, disrupting U.S. fertilizer production, then prices of natural gas, a key input in producing nitrogen, soared in Europe due to high demand and low supplies. Global urea prices this month topped $1,000 per ton for the very first time. At the same time, Russia and China have curbed exports. Now, here in the United States, nitrogen fertilizer supplies are adequate for applications before winter. According to the CEO at U.S.-based Agricultural Retailers Association, applying fertilizer before winter reduces the farmer's spring workload. But with prices so high, some farmers are delaying the purchase, which would risk a scramble for supplies during their busiest time of year. Global nitrogen fertilizer sales were worth $53 billion last year. Prices are at least 80% higher so far this year. If you could imagine. Normally, MKC, a Kansas farm cooperative, sells fertilizer to farmers for payment up front with delivery months down the road, giving the growers some certainty about one of the key expenses of producing their crops. Well, with the prices soaring, they've scaled back their prepaid sales out of caution. You just don't know what the price is going to be. Now, this has put a lot of retailers in a very tight spot right now. Delaying fertilizer purchases until spring runs the risk of further supply chain congestion as farmers rush to apply fertilizer and plant seed in a very tight window. There's going to be a lot of people who just kind of wait and see. But if everybody's scrambling come spring to get enough, somebody's corn isn't going to get covered. One farmer in Wisconsin decided to bite the bullet and secure all of his fertilizer for spring this year. Now, he says, it's next year's prices I'm worried about. It could get worse. Nutrien Ltd., the largest U.S. farm supplier, has secured less nitrogen fertilizer than usual for spring delivery because manufacturers are making less available. Sales to farmers are likely to occur closer to spring than usual. The one nutrient, the product that's running short in North America, is urea ammonium nitrate, UAN. UAN is a liquid form that's convenient for farmers to apply. The U.S. International Trade Commission right now is supposedly conducting an anti-dumping investigation into UAN from Russia and Trinidad and Tobago at the request of the U.S. producer CF Industries. All right. Importers, they say, are reluctant to book shipments into next year because they may have to pay retroactive duties. If CF wins the case, farmers could reduce their fertilizer needs by planting more soybeans and less corn. There's not a lot of evidence that many are planning to do so, though. Department of Agriculture, their forecast U.S. corn planting would decline to 92 million acres next year from 93.3 million this year. But waiting until spring to buy fertilizer could actually end up disappointing some farmers. This Federated Cooperatives Limited says, my advice is if you can get your fertilizer now, he would suggest getting it while you can. So I don't know. But yes, I mean, if it's costing the farmer more, the farmer has to charge more, the commodity price goes up, which what is that term inflation? More inflation to come on into 2022 based on all the signs on the horizon. Looking at 18 past the hour. Back to your calls just ahead. Plenty of room if you'd like to jump on board at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, it's like about 21 past the hour. Let's see here. Hoot checking in. So glad you're back. North Carolina checking in. All right, good to have you with us. Billy checking in. Morning, 34 degrees in Beulahville, North Carolina. Matt is on board. Hello to Marianne. Good morning, Steve. And Gary checks in this morning. Good morning to Steve and all out there in listener land. Good to have you on board. And back to the phones. Chevy Guy.
Hey, yeah, I want to make sure, first off, especially two of my favorite people on there, always moving and happy. But some of the things I have to address is, hey, yeah, if I had got my information off of 2020, then I might have ended up wanting to stand outside the court and protest with Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson also, which is my point. Think about it. I mean, when has 2020 even ever come close to being honest with Donald Trump and telling stories? I've watched, both of them said the little thing here, no, I didn't watch the trial. But, and I respect Pappy above all, and I've time and time again, I go back to the very first, when the guy that shot, when he got beat down and he was tracking the young man that was walking through the neighborhood. He didn't have a marker on. I mean, if you're like that watch, I think Pappy had it down to it. You don't go carry a gun, you carry a camera, and that's how you do it. But at the same time, I don't get, my point being is not that the shooters, and I sat there and listened to the whole time, his whole testimony on court TV, the shooter. Now, at no time did I get the sense that, they were just trying to defend their community. And I think they did stupid, citizens arrest idea. And I think, they thought they were doing right. And to me, it would make more sense that a negligent manslaughter, but a murder charge. But to me, it's still the guy that was doing the video. That is, why is he getting a murder charge? If you're going to fight for your communities, if you want your neighborhoods, you're going to have, the law's going to have to come around and say, especially when they're talking about cutting law enforcement and backing off on law enforcement, what do you expect the people to do? You're going to have more of it, I guess. I'm trying to make sure I show respect to both these people on this. But your story, if you're getting your story from 2020, I probably wouldn't. Like I said, I sat there and watched the man. I didn't have a sense he was out to get it, but where he failed is they got onto a Facebook site, got in there and saying if they come in here, they're asking for trouble or they're going to get it. So be careful, anybody out there. If you're going, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. No, keep it close to your head, to your chest, because anything you say, they'll come back and use it against you. So, murder, I don't get. Negligent manslaughter, maybe so. I don't understand the guy with the video. They were a bunch of screw up. I agree. Follow them and track down, see if he gets in a car, get his driver's license, or call for the police before you even start tracking the guy. But hey, like I said, I hope everybody heard this point. I've got someone pilfering in my neighborhood. They've got they cut the catalytic converter off on my neighbor down behind me of his vehicle, stole his weed eater. They've got two of my gas cans, and they used a trash can to haul off a bunch of stuff off my neighbors who live up in Long Island, New York. And you know what? We're going to have to see a time, I guess, where they've got to have consequences. And yeah, it's a misdemeanor. Number one, if I've got a building site, I'm not going to I'm going to hang up signs, no trespassing, because anybody that gets in there gets hurt, then it's a lawsuit on my head. So I think that was stupid. There's a lot of people doing stupid things in this story. But it all comes down to this, and why have I followed it? It's just like the Kyle Rittenhouse, because this is where we fight. This is where the people, because law enforcement's coming up short, and the people are trying to maintain a quality of life. Quality of life means, yeah, it's tough, but we go out here and work every day, and maybe we don't appreciate somebody coming along when we're at work or when we're sleeping and coming along and walking off with it. So we put our life in this stuff. We spend our time. It's more than just money. It's we put our life to build stuff, to have things that we need, and some of the things we want. And it's just not okay for people to come and walk off with it. And yes, I'm trying not to say it, but I'm going to say it. When it comes to taking shots at people that are just running off with stuff, well, hey, they take shots at people that are running off with money from the bank. So, there's got to be a consequence, or it's going to get worse. Guess what? What next time it's your grocery stores, and all of a sudden your grocery stores is quit. They're going to close down because it's not worth in your neighborhood. All right, and now you got to go 20 miles to go find a grocery store. It's America. Give up or fight, and that's how you fight. In the court system, we're letting us down, and I believe these two cases. Thank God for Kyle. But like I said,
well, again, you can't make the comparison of they shoot at guys taking money from the bank. There's a big difference in a misdemeanor theft versus a bank robbery. I mean, a bank robbery is a federal offense. It's not a misdemeanor offense, okay?
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, maybe we ought to make this change it from a misdemeanor to a federal offense.
for stealing your gas can and your weed eater, right? All right. Hey, we're rolling up to news break, but so I get you just don't agree. Chevy guy doesn't agree with the verdict. All right. Well, believe it or not, I heard the headline briefly over the weekend that, hey, Joe Biden's about to re-implement or reinstate the Remain in Mexico policy. Remember that? And I thought, I wonder, are they finally beginning to see the light? Are they realizing that it was a big mistake to cancel the Trump policy of Remain in Mexico? Well, no, that would be wishful thinking. They have no desire to re-implement it, but they're being forced to re-implement it by the courts. Otherwise, they'd never go back to a Trump policy. But so, I mean, even my first thought of maybe they're beginning to see the error of their ways. How could I be so wrong? But we'll give you more on that. Yeah, the Remain in Mexico policy, it could be re-implemented as early as this week, according to the reports. But first of all, the news break, and plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
President Biden is back at the White House after a holiday week on Nantucket. He immediately received a briefing on the Omicron variant. Biden getting an in-person briefing from the chief medical advisor, Dr. Anthony Fauci, and other members of the COVID-19 team at the White House. Dr. Fauci says the rate at which it appears to be able to spread is very concerning, but he says it doesn't necessarily mean the new variant's more deadly than the other forms of the virus.
You don't want people to panic, but you want to know that we're doing everything we can to stay ahead of this.
Many Republicans in particular, like Pennsylvania Representative Lloyd Smucker, are concerned that it's going to lead the federal government to try to step up the idea of mandating things like vaccinations.
That is a decision that every individual should make with their doctor. This is a health decision that should not be mandated by the government.
This is USA Radio News.
If you have $2,000 or more in credit card debt, then listen up. We can reduce or eliminate your interest rates. Cut your monthly payment up to 50% and stop all late fees. Our company has been helping good people just like you get out of debt for over 30 years. Don't get stressed out. If you have $2,000 or more in credit card debt and medical bills, we can show you a way to reduce all of your bills to one lower monthly payment that you can afford. So again, if you have $2,000 or more in credit card debt and medical bills you can't afford, make this free call today and learn how you can finally get out of debt. Call now for your free consultation. 800-638-7112. 800-638-7112. 800-638-7112. That's 800-638-7112. Sponsored by Credit Guard.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, we've got lines available here on a Monday. Hope you had a great Thanksgiving weekend for those who just joined us recently. Good to have you on board. Back live in the saddle once again from the Hot Shot Secret Bunker here in Cincinnati, Ohio. All right, so yeah, they say President Biden set to reinstate the Trump-era Remain in Mexico program as soon as this week. After multiple attempts to end the policy, all right, migrant adults enrolled in the program will be offered the COVID vaccine not mandated. A change in how the policy looked under the former President Trump. The vaccines, they say, cannot be required. Which, and that is mind-boggling to me. So you can require employers with 100 employees or more, require them to get a vaccine or lose their job, but you can't require people illegally trying to enter the country to have one. And it is not clear where in the whole process they would receive the vaccine if they accept it. Now, El Paso and Brownsville, Texas, as well as San Diego, California, will be the first cities to see the Remain in Mexico policy reinstated. As we have previously stated, we are required by court order to re-implement the MPP program, Remain in Mexico. According to a Department of Homeland Security spokesperson, the MPP is the Migrant Protection Protocol. In compliance with the court order, we're working to re-implement the MPP as promptly as possible. We cannot do so until we have the independent agreement from the government of Mexico to accept those who look to enroll in MPP. We will communicate to the court and to the public the timing of re-implementation when we are prepared to do so. So this is a policy that was initially suspended under Biden literally hours after he took office. Formally ended at the beginning of June by Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas. But then in August, the Texas district judge ruled the administration must reinstate the policy, which requires asylum seekers along the southern border to remain in Mexico until they can have their case heard. The Biden administration attempted again to end the program last month, acknowledging that the policy likely is contributing to reduced migratory flows, admitting they know that this reduces the number of people coming in, but they still don't want to end it. Now, Mayorkas says there are inherent problems with the program that no amount of resources can sufficiently fix, but we will comply with the judge's ruling. Restarting the program also relies on cooperation from Mexico, though. In October, the White House noted that it was pending agreement from the Mexican government before restarting the policy. Mexico wants immigration cases to wrap up within 6 months to ensure timely, accurate access to case information and allow for an easier access to legal counsel for those who are seeking asylum. Now, at the time, the report said that the Mexican officials said there was no decision made, with the foreign ministry saying that they had a number of concerns about this. Here just a few weeks ago, remember earlier this month, the White House, of course, held the North American Leaders Summit. Biden and the Mexican president and the Canadian prime minister. Despite this incredible surge at the southern border, the number of crossings and apprehensions, they didn't even address that in the summit. They had no discussions about that whatsoever. What they did talk about is Mexico's president urged new immigration rules to facilitate legal labor exchanges, and they're wanting our Congress to approve Biden's plan to grant amnesty to most of the estimated 11 million people living in the country illegally right now. Remember that little blurb that slipped out on the news update? No, he wasn't talking about amnesty for the Dreamers. He's talking about all of them. All right, with that, we'll get back to your calls here. And who's up next? Would that be Heatwave by chance? Hey there.
Hey, thank you for taking my call again, Senor. Yeah, a little update on our Walmart there in Edgewood, New Mexico. I understand that they did open up. It's a limited selection, but they got all the food product there. They got all the pharmacy is there. The outdoor / holiday department is open, and I think they said that the automotive section is opened as well. They just limiting everybody 100 people at a time inside the store for obviously safety's sake. So I mean that is some good news for us out there and for a lot of people who really don't want to travel to Albuquerque and support their their economy over there, because everything's going to hell in a handbasket in Albuquerque, and for a lot of people that's just too far. So that's a little bit of good news. Now about this fertilizer problem. What was the original fertilizer? It was and is animal waste product.
Right.
I mean, you would think with all the material waste that the Democrats are given, and I'm being really nice on this, you would think that would take care of the fertilizer problem right now. But the actions of the Democrats. But anyways, the animal waste, chicken manure, turkey manure, poultry manure, the cattle, pigs. You would think that these places that are raising these animals, well, the feedlots, they've got manure out there. I mean, they have to clean that up every month or so because it just gets saturated with waste. And they scrape it out and they put it in big old piles outside of their lots. And it's like, well, why don't we just use the animal waste to help with the fertilizer situation? Why don't we use some of that dirt that they've scraped out that's just loaded with waste, and scatter that out there? Let it sit on top for a couple of days and then go ahead and plow it under. That may not be much, I guess, in the wide picture, the big picture, but I mean it would help somewhat. And DEF. What exactly is DEF? Isn't that a urea byproduct or a product of urea? I mean, if that's the case and farmers are needing the urea products, why wouldn't you say, okay, we need to go ahead and get that computer chip turned off in these trucks where it can run without the DEF product. So whatever is getting produced for the semis for the clean air, give that to the farmers so they can use that in, until the supplies are manageable and at a price they can afford. I mean, does that make any sense at all, or am I just blowing smoke in the air, wishful thinking?
And I was kind of wondering the same thing when it said the urea. I'm guessing because that's pretty much what your DEF fluid is, urea fluid, right?
That's what I'm guessing. Yes. Yep. So I don't know. That's just that was just going on in my head when you were talking about that a while ago, and I'm thinking, well, if we have a solution, let's jump on that, take care of the farmers. Because, I mean, if you're not a corporation, big corporate farming group, you're not making money. And if you're making money, you ain't making much. I mean, with the equipment expenses, I mean, combines being $500,000, tractors, being, $250,000. I mean, it is absolutely crazy out there what these farmers have to pay. And if you want a good used piece of equipment, well, what you're going to find is the old style tractors that John Deere and International Harvester and whoever else, they don't make anymore. They make all this high tech stuff. And you almost have to have a degree in engineering to figure out how to run these tractors and combines. So, but that's just my 2 bits worth of information again for this morning. So, Senor, I'll go ahead and let you go. Always a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you much, Heatwave. Have a good morning. There you go, about 14 before the hour. And clear lines once again at 844-844-3388. Out of the industry headlines, back in October, you may recall, Todd Spencer spoke to CNN about some of these supply chain issues. And he kind of explained that, unfortunately, there's no quick fix. And now, just over a month later, fueling stations along Interstate 5 in California are reportedly restricting drivers to a specific number of gallons or maybe a set price limit as they contend with supply issues. On his scheduled stop at the TA Travel Center in Barstow, California, Oweida's tour trailer driver Marty Ellis said no fuel was available upon his arrival, and officials at the TA in Kingman, Arizona also confirmed to him that their own issues with fuel. He said, I've seen where they just, let it, the fuel, that is, to run out, and they don't even ration. They just let you get as much as you can until the pumps run out. Now, Marty said when I arrived in Barstow, they were out, had the tape in front of the pumps. They're saying there's not a shortage of fuel, but the truck drivers I've talked to out there aren't really noticing it anywhere other than the TA and Petro locations. Now, in an effort to moderate prices in the U.S., as well as reduce global prices, we had the announcement last week, probably for naught, that we're going to release, 50 million barrels from the strategic reserve. Currently, crude inventories, excluding strategic reserves, from the global or U.S. perspective, are not unusually low, they say. Since 2015, the lowest crude inventories were 394 barrels, which was reached in September of 2018. That's 394 million barrels. Currently, U.S. crude inventories are at 433 million barrels. Now, there's a meeting, a December OPEC meeting that's scheduled to discuss future supply increases. They're typically very cautious in terms of increasing their output, though. OPEC Plus only wants to add supply to keep the oil market stable and oil prices from spiking. They do not want prices to move below $80 for any substantial period of time because, the concerns of the impact on sustainability of economic recovery. According to the Energy Information Administration, their weekly petroleum report from last week, U.S. crude refinery inputs averaged 15.6 million barrels per day for the week. That was an increase of 243,000 barrels from the previous week. Refineries operating at 89% capacity over that time frame. Gasoline production increased to 10.1 million barrels per day. What was kind of laughable, though, is when the announcement of we're going to release 50 million barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, I mentioned at the time, I knew that's not really anything in the big picture, but I didn't know the actual numbers off the top of my head. We consume approximately 20 million barrels per day in this country. So a 50 million barrel release is equivalent to like a 2.5-day supply. It's nothing. It's almost laughable, but there you go. A quick time out here. We return in 2, and lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Jump back at it here, and we see that I've been hearing on our news updates. Matthew McConaughey, the actor, I guess officially saying this past day he's not going to run for the governor's seat in Texas. Took to Twitter in his announcement, sharing it's kind of a humbling and inspiring path to consider. But I'm choosing not to take that path at this moment. Now, he hadn't even specified what party, if he did run, would he be a Democrat, Republican, Independent? I guess we're 2 weeks away now from the candidate filing deadline for the Texas primary. Now, we do know Republican Governor Abbott is slated to run for a third term next year. And at this point, we have at least 3 primary challengers, including none other than the Democrat Beto O'Rourke, which I can't help but laugh because I saved it from late last week. I didn't get to it on our Wednesday morning program, where Beto O'Rourke out there, trying to get the word out, I'm running for governor. He was met with jeers and demands that he get the hell out during a campaign stop in Houston, Texas last week. Looking to unseat the incumbent governor, Greg Abbott. Here's what we know. During a Houston campaign stop, O'Rourke met with a Texas rancher by the name of Robert, who made no bones about telling the former presidential candidate to get the hell out. So after shaking O'Rourke's hand, the man says, Beto, I'm Robert. I'm native Houstonian. On behalf of the ranchers, the oil and gas, the farmers, like Maxine Waters, I'm in your grill telling you don't come back. We don't want you here. Get the hell out. Adios. Said it right to his face. Yeah, what can he do? So O'Rourke's kind of grinning. He says, thank you. Now he continued, hey, Beto, come and take it. It ain't going to happen. You lost twice. No means no. To which the crowd started chanting, hell no, hell no. Now, of course, what he was alluding to was, hey, Beto, come and take it. He's talking about the guns. Last week, O'Rourke said, I'm running to serve the people of Texas. I want to make sure we have a governor that serves everyone, helps to bring this state together to do the really big things before us and get past the small divisive politics and the policies of Greg Abbott. But he went on to say he stands by his vow to take away certain guns or firearms from Texans. He admitted he's going to work toward taking certain guns out of the hands of Texans if he is elected governor of the traditionally red state. That's not going to go over well in Texas, Beto. He says, quote, look, we're a state that has a long, proud tradition of responsible gun ownership. And most of us here in Texas do not want to see our friends, our family members, or neighbors shot up with these weapons of war. So yes, I still hold this view. He's the one that famously said, yeah, hell yes, we're going to take away your AR-15, your AK-47. We're not going to allow it to be used against our fellow Americans anymore. All right, so the ranchers say no. Not only no, but hell no. Get out, Beto. You're not wanted here. I don't think he stands much of a chance. I mean, as he said, you've lost once, you've lost twice. No means no. We don't want it. All right, let's see who we got on the line here. And let's see. It says, yes, Rudy. Who we got on the line?
Rudy Toot. Rudy Toot.
Rudy Toot. Hey there.
Rudy Toot. How you doing?
Good.
I didn't know if you'd seen the state highway trolls are putting out like pickup trucks and going to do more of the overweight trucks on the road instead of since they closed a lot of scale houses. Did you happen to see that?
I have not seen that, no. So kind of like trying to disguise the patrol so you wouldn't notice, you wouldn't have any idea that they're watching, or?
Yeah, it's a pickup truck, and it's got the stripes on it, state highway patrol, and it's going to be more of the overweight trucks. And they're going to be doing a lot of more of that. Since you're not many scale houses open anymore, high.
Okay.
And then try to do more online inspections on the road too. But it was on Google, and I haven't seen anything more about it. So didn't say how many or what areas they was going to be putting them on. But got 3 more weeks of driving truck, and I'm hanging it up. So it's not that I don't care they're putting it out there. I just don't care.
So you're hanging it up.
2 years of driving.
I was going to say, how many years of driving, Rudy Toot?
42 years.
42. Wow. Okay.
Started in 1980, and I drove a little bit before that, but you just had your chauffeur's license. But I drove a little bit before that. I didn't go out of state. I delivered Mack trucks. I worked for Mack dealership in Columbus and delivered trucks for them. That's how I kind of got the bug of wanting to go out and drive. So I grew up. My parents did a lot of traveling. I've seen 46 states before I was the age of 16, born a camper. So had a lot of on the road there, missed a lot of states. So had the bug. I started out as a mechanic at Columbus Mack, and then of course it was a little slow back then, and I started delivering the trucks. And after that, I started getting driving truck. 23, I was able to get my chauffeur's license back then.
So you've seen a lot of changes over the years.
Yeah, a lot of changes. Some good, some bad. Like this electronic log crap.
Exactly. Yep.
I I'm not computer savvy anyway, and so deal with that thing every day. So, but past 5 years, I just go to leave at 11 o'clock at night, go to Cleveland, deliver a load, pick up a load, and come back to Columbus. So haven't been too much over the road. I've been enjoying that. My wife retired 4 years ago, so I'm going to join her. Sit back and take care of things around the house. When's he going to be back on? Is he going to be on this Friday? Or?
Chris Gabrelchik. Yeah, Chris is on. He's slated to be with us this Friday. Yes. Yep. That is correct.
Well, I was the first time caller a couple of weeks ago. I got the code, but I've been wanting to get the spray, and been out of stock. I called in, and they said that because of the cans. Well, that's how much longer that's going to be. And
that's
interesting. Is the code good for a while? Or?
Yeah, I think the code's going to be good. I don't know anything about it, like any sort of an expiration or anything, but so they're still having issues with. Okay. I mean, they finally got the gun oil back in because they were having issues with those bottles. I didn't realize they were having issues with the cans now.
Yeah, this anti-rust spray, like WD-40 spray can. She said with the straw, the slider I was wanting to get, and said out of stock. And when I called in, she said the supplier can't get them the cans. So.
I'll be darned. Well, we will ask him about that coming up on Friday morning. Yeah, I'll definitely ask. Well, Rudy, too, thank you much for dialing us up there, and enjoy your retirement. Just around the corner here. Final hour just ahead, and lines available, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
President Biden is back at the White House after a holiday week on Nantucket. He immediately received a briefing on the Omicron variant. Biden getting an in-person briefing from the chief medical advisor, Dr. Anthony Fauci, and other members of the COVID-19 team at the White House. Dr. Fauci says the rate at which it appears to be able to spread is very concerning, but he says it doesn't necessarily mean the new variant's more deadly than the other forms of the virus.
You don't want people to panic, but you want to know that we're doing everything we can to stay ahead of this.
Many Republicans in particular, like Pennsylvania Representative Lloyd Smucker, are concerned that it's going to lead the federal government to try to step up the idea of mandating things like vaccinations.
That is a decision that every individual should make with their doctor. This is a health decision that should not be mandated by the government.
This is USA Radio News.
Folks, you know how cancel culture has affected Mike Lindell. Well, MyPillow may have gotten canceled out of retail stores, but you can save big just in time for Christmas at MyPillow.com. The classic standard size MyPillow that sold in stores for almost $70 is on sale for Christmas for just $19.98. Standard size, $19.98. Queen and king size slightly higher, but only if you go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, get a MyPillow for that special person in your life. You also get a free press and pack bag so you can take your MyPillow anywhere. Save big on anything on the MyPillow website, but only if you use my promo code USA. Support Mike Lindell and American Jobs. Get the best price ever on a MyPillow, and do your Christmas shopping at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Merry Christmas.
Hanukkah, the Jewish festival of lights, beginning at sundown tonight, the joyous holiday that commemorates religious freedom won by a tiny band of Jews, the Maccabees, more than 2,000 years ago. That's when the Syrian Greeks tried to suppress Judaism. But the Maccabees recaptured the temple, which was a miracle in itself, and so was the one-day supply of holy oil that burned in the temple menorah for 8 days. There's been a strong earthquake in South America, as we hear from USA Radio's Wendy King.
The quake occurred at 6:52 local time, just north of Barranca. The quake was also felt in the capital of Lima and other neighboring towns. No major damage or tsunami alerts were reported. A 7.5 earthquake on September 26th in 2005 caused 5 deaths, about 70 injuries, and significant damage to the surrounding region. From the USA Radio News Pacific Northwest Bureau, I'm Wendy King.
And this is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Russian authorities have released the names of the 51 people presumed dead after a devastating methane explosion in a Siberian coal mine. It's believed to be the deadliest since 2010. More on the story from USA Radio's Wendy King.
A rescuer at Russia's collapsed Lisvanaya coal mine who went missing was found alive, according to officials, after 51 people died in the mine explosion on Thursday morning. The regional prosecutor has begun an inquiry on whether labor and industrial safety laws were followed, while a government investigation arm has launched a criminal case.
A Pennsylvania man's been killed by a stray bullet while he was eating his Thanksgiving dinner. Authorities near Philadelphia say that bullet went through a window in the man's house in Norristown, hitting him in the torso, and he was flown to a hospital, but he was pronounced dead shortly after arrival. Officials say no one in the home was involved in the argument outside that apparently led to the shooting. The shooter is still at large at last check. Famous Hollywood bear has passed away. The Vital Ground Foundation says Bart the bear, too, died, in the words of a statement, silently and naturally in Utah a few days ago. The grizzly was featured in many motion pictures, including Dr. Dolittle 2 and We Bought a Zoo. Also was in the HBO series Game of Thrones. And for USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Looking to book a Santa Claus for your little corporate get-together or whatever, maybe your own Christmas party. Better book him now. Santa Claus may not be coming to town when he's called out for parties and festivities. We've got a national worker shortage, not to mention a COVID pandemic, right? Now, the big shopping malls, they say, have already signed the best Santa Clauses to contract. There are not enough people willing to put on the red suit and beard as the holiday parties return to normal this year. According to the Washington Post, like so many other things, the demand is outpacing the supply, even for Santas for hire, who can actually make a lot of money for their services. Now, rather than earning their pay in cookies and milk, typical Santas can draw $30 an hour, but the more experienced Santas, especially those who grow their own beards, don't have to have the fake padding, they can make $150 an hour or more. Had no idea. There's across the board, I've seen an uptick in the number of requests, but once I'm full, I'm full. According to one Santa that's based in Charlotte, North Carolina, he said, I've got 92 gigs between now and Christmas. There's another company called Hire Santa, which provides Santa Clauses and Mrs. Santas, turning away people's requests for weeks already. And then there's the pandemic, which has hit the pool of potential Santa Clauses hard because so many people that play the part of Santa are also at high risk because they're generally older men. And they've often got that bowl full of jelly physique, and that puts them in danger of the illness. Several hundred Santas and Mrs. Clauses over the last 18 months have passed away, according to the Hire Santa founder. Now, not all of them died of COVID, he stressed, but still there are many Santas who are worried about having children who haven't got their shots sit on their laps. Tim Conahan has been called the National Santa because of his high-profile roles in parades and for the Toys for Tots. Says at least 18% of his fellow Santas are sitting things out this year. Even he's cutting back this year, even though he's got his shots, and he's encouraging others to do the same. There's a San Francisco talent brokerage that said she's lost some of her regular Santas, hasn't had any luck. The people that are responding are on the younger side, like really young to be Santa. And one website is offering up even female potential Santas, others who weren't willing to work on the big night, a.k.a. Christmas Eve. Santa may not be coming to town. Our number, 844-844-3388. And I believe Doug is on the line. Would that be correct? Doug, hey there.
There's aliens on the moon building latrines.
Okay. Thank you, Doug. There's aliens on the moon building latrines. Hey, the full moon was over a week ago. But thanks for chiming in, Doug. All right, let's get a couple of other industry headlines here. Oh, first, I had the email pulled up. Let me pull that back up here. I heard from Rambler this past day. Remember, Rambler's father, a.k.a. Dirty Diapers. And Rambler came across this message. Let me go back to his original email. And he said, Steve, I was scrolling through Facebook, and this stopped me in my tracks. As tears filled my eyes, I read what this young lady had to say. She was one of the many waitresses that my father witnessed to while he was still with us. And yes, the same 3 questions were asked. I hope there will be more that will come forward in time and tell us maybe how God used my father to reach the sick, the dying, the lost. And that's from the Reverend Perry McDaniel, a.k.a. Rambler, who I don't think he's out there on Sunday night, so he's probably not with us live this morning. But the post he came across, he copied a screenshot and sent it to me. A young woman by the name of Amber, and she says, quote, this man had a love for Jesus Christ like no other. He came to my job 4 years ago and sat down, and he said, if you can tell me 3 things God cannot do, I'll give you something special. I said, sir, God can do anything and everything. Well, he continued to sit down, pull out his Bible, and read to me. He said, quote, God cannot change, God cannot lie, and God cannot allow sinners into heaven. So I proceeded to take his order. We talked about his family and my family. He goes to leave and he pulls out a $100 bill. And he gives me a hat just like the one he's wearing in this picture. And I still have it today. From that day forward, he would come in regularly. He called a few months ago, told me he was pretty ill, but I did not know how bad until now. Obviously, he's now passed away. She said, people come and go all the time, but this was one I didn't want gone. Fly high, Pops. She referred to him as Pops. You will be missed. And then she shared a photograph of her standing there with dirty diapers. And yes, the hat. Yeah, Ramblers told us the story, how he'd give out those hats to people out there on his journeys. So that had to be pretty awesome to come across. So just randomly scrolling through Facebook and you find something like that. A picture of his departed father standing there with the young girl. And obviously he made an impression on that young lady. Because she never forgot the question he asked. She remembered it verbatim. All right, 17 past the hour. We've got clear lines wide open, as a matter of fact, at 844-844-3388. A quick 2-minute timeout, and we return the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Well, good morning to Truck and Phil, checking in via email. Just like clockwork. Guys, a happy Monday morning. Steve Sommers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Coffee up. Happy Monday. Ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan. And, of course, the flip back to Fort Wayne General Motors. 26 days until Christmas. Yeah, buddy, the countdown clock is ticking. Good to have you with us again. Truck and Phil, Semper Fi. Hey, right up your alley, I saw last week that General Motors, Ford, and Chrysler announcing that they're going to withhold vaccine mandates for thousands of employees, but will require on-site masking after negotiations with the United Auto Workers, according to a joint statement. Now, the declaration encourages unionized workers to report their vaccine status at their own discretion, but they are not going to require it, apparently. We continue to urge our members, co-workers, and families to get vaccinated and get boosters against COVID, while understanding there are personal reasons that many may prevent some from being vaccinated, health issues, religious beliefs. Of course, the Department of Labor regulation issued by OSHA, requiring all the private businesses we know with 100 or more to have the vaccine by January 4th. The rule was temporarily blocked by the Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit after the lawsuit was filed on behalf of the states of Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, South Carolina, and Utah, as well as various companies, religious groups, and even private citizens. The administration asked the Court of Appeals for the Sixth Circuit to rescind the temporary stay on the OSHA rule. Simply put, delaying the standard would likely cost many lives per day, in addition to large numbers of hospitalizations, other serious health effects, and tremendous expenses, according to the filing from the administration. All right, they told the Sixth Circuit if they do not lift the order blocking the mandate, they should at least modify the Fifth Circuit's order so that the masking and testing requirement can remain in effect during the pending of the litigation, which who knows how long that'll take. But either way, interesting after, again, the negotiations with the United Auto Workers for all the big three. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Yes, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back quick, Your Honor. Hey, you're talking about them smash and grab deals there where they're doing that flash deal. It's running into stores, stealing all that expensive stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see that they're having problems with these flash robberies at like the Home Depots and Lowe's, and they're going in the tool departments and getting all the sledgehammers and crowbars and wrecking bars. And
I saw that.
Then apparently after that,
Home Depot I think Home Depot got hit on, was it Black Friday as well? And yes, they're concerned that a lot of the tools that were stolen are going to be used in additional other such smash and grab robberies. I guess you need those sledgehammers to break through the unbreakable glass at some of these jewelry stores and whatnot.
Yeah, and it looks like, they just use them as a one-time use. So when they get done busting in, they just drop them on the ground, and they don't take good care of their tools, Your Honor. They don't, they just drop them on the ground when they're done with them and start grabbing all the other stuff. So I guess they have to go back to the next Home Depot or Lowe's or whatever and get new tools, implements of destruction to be able to go out there and cause havoc at the next smash and grab flash deal they got going on. So, but I thought that was pretty interesting there. So not even the high price stores are getting hit pretty hard. Even just your Home Depot and your Lowe's are getting hit too. So I guess we're gonna have to. I think there's a solution to this whole thing. This whole smash and grab. There's a solution to all this. We close up all the stores, put all the employees on unemployment, and then just buy everything online. Yeah, you got Amazon and that, and everybody can just buy everything online, and there won't be any of this theft of the brick and mortar stores there.
Yeah,
what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, they were talking over the weekend out there in California. There are becoming like pharmacy deserts where all the CVS and the Walgreens they can't stay in business, so you're hurting the entire community, and really. The most severely impacted, they say, are those less wealthy, the poor people, because they rely on those local places to get their pharmacies and their prescriptions and whatnot filled. And they're forcing these companies to all these stores to move out.
Oh, absolutely. And that, we had that when we had the riot in Baltimore there. The first thing they did was burn down the CVS store. But come to find out, that was just a cover up so they could go in there and raid the pharmacy and get all the narcotics, all the oxycodones and oxycodines and all those all those good drugs there. It was just a cover-up so they could go in there. I guess it was all planned, and that was a planned robbery, and they just used the fire as a cover-up, and the rioting was just a cover-up for that theft. But CVS didn't hesitate. They put a new store back up where the one was burned down. So I was kind of surprised. I thought maybe they just evacuate the city, but they went back, and I guess they're trying again. So we'll see how long that one lasts. But other than that, that's what we had for you there. I meant to mention that earlier. So anyways, so sounds like it's been a pretty good show. So especially for Monday. So we'll let you go with that and see if you get a couple more, and we'll catch you all later.
All right. If we're going to get a couple more in, they'll have to dial the number because we're clear once again at 844-844-3388. Speaking of the Home Depot smash and grab, looks like the ABC affiliate in L.A. said 4 suspects were actually taken into custody after as many as 10 thieves targeted that Home Depot in Lakewood on Black Friday, about 8 o'clock in the evening. According to investigators, 2 of them are teenagers. Thieves took a variety of tools, including, as he said, sledgehammers and crowbars, and took off after getting into a getaway car parked outside. The 4 who were taken into custody Saturday morning during a traffic stop conducted by the Beverly Hills Police. They identified the 4 suspects. You had a 22-year-old, a 20-year-old, and 2 19-year-olds charged with conspiracy to commit burglary, being held on a $20,000 bond. They're all expected back in court tomorrow, or a Tuesday of this week. As similar tools have been used in a number of these smash and grab robberies at some of the high-end stores. And at least 18 people that broke into a Nordstrom's last Monday night, stealing thousands of dollars in merchandise. We've had similar crimes in the San Francisco Bay Area, Chicago, other cities around the country we shared earlier, Minneapolis. For every community around the country, when they see, hey, look, they all got away. Well, if they can do it, we can do it. Minneapolis, it was Best Buy locations, right? And in both 2 separate Best Buy incidents, they all got away. All right, again, it is 844-844-3388. We roll on into the early hours of a Monday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
Travelers are traveling and shoppers are shopping, just like the predictions for this Thanksgiving holiday period. Shoppers are also preparing their trigger fingers to click up the best deals on Cyber Monday. Shoppers expect to spend almost $1,000 on gifts this holiday season on average. That's about where the 2019 levels for spending during the holidays were. President Biden has returned from his holiday on Nantucket Island. He was at the White House getting an immediate briefing on COVID-19 and the new variant. Republican U.S. Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana speaking about the importance of vaccinations in the face of this latest variant.
Get vaccinated. If you meet the guidelines, go ahead and get your booster shot. And so follow the recommendations. As a physician, I would just say follow the recommendations on who to be vaccinated.
That from ABC's This Week. This is USA Radio News.
If you are trying to quit drinking or doing too many drugs, listen to me. You don't know me and we'll never meet. I had a problem like you once. I drank and used to party a little too much till it got out of control and almost ruined my life. I realized I needed help to fix my problem before it totally destroyed me. If you've tried to fix your drinking and drug problem and you know you can't do it alone, you need to call the National Treatment Advisors. They'll immerse you into a 30-day program to replace your old habits with new habits and totally change your life. And if you have PPO private health insurance, the entire program may be covered. Fix your problem right now before it gets any worse. Get clean. Call now and learn more.
800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. That's 800-844-1675.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, right, once again, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Update once again on the Pilot Mountain State Park in North Carolina closed until further notice, they tell us, as crews work to contain a wildfire that's now burned in excess of 300 acres. It was about 180 acres on Saturday, so continuing to grow through the day Sunday. And concerns of the winds, which are really supposed to pick up later today. The North Carolina State Parks warning potential visitors of the parks closing. Additionally, asking people, please do not fly drones over the area in an attempt to get video, as a drone could interfere with some of the firefighting aircraft. All right, officials were able to evacuate the campground without any injuries. At the last report, no homes damaged by the fire yet. Cause is still unknown. Pilot Mountain, according to AccuWeather, has been abnormally dry. Moderate drought conditions. No rain is anticipated to arrive in the area over the next several days. To help firefighters, should it take that long to get the blaze under control. Meanwhile, we've got a very active storm track from the North Pacific across the Canadian prairies and then back into the northeastern USA that they tell us will pretty much keep a train of low-pressure areas, or Alberta Clippers, as they call them, chugging across the northern tier of the country. And that's going to lead to more rounds of snow, some slippery travel, and reinforcing cold shots through the middle of this week from Michigan to from Minnesota to Michigan, all the way over to Massachusetts and Maryland. Yeah, the first in that series began pushing through over the weekend as the cold air from Canada and the warm air from the Atlantic mix and reach a balance. Temperatures will likely remain above freezing during much of that first storm system that's been pushing through. A reinforcing shot of cold air across the Great Lakes behind that clipper could develop some lake effect snows, which we're seeing some of that showing up on the radar this morning in parts of New York. Could slow your travel on parts of I-90, I-80, I-79 and 86, to name a few. There's also going to help boost the snowpack, which is beginning to grow pretty deep southeast of some of the lakes, as well as the Adirondacks and the mountains in New England. The ski resorts are pleased with all that. Most of the resorts in interior New England are now reporting base snow depth 1 to 2 feet. So it looks like lake effect snow gradually winds down today, but only because another clipper is going to be sliding across the upper Midwest into the Great Lakes. This should be very similar to the predecessor, accumulating snow sliding from the arrowhead of Minnesota across Wisconsin and Michigan into the eastern Great Lakes in New England from later today into Tuesday. All right, meanwhile, we were talking earlier about the temperatures in the northern tier. Central states really beginning to warm up over the next few days. Some places going to be 10 to 20 degrees above normal. And by the time we get toward midweek, but hang on. Forecasters tell us a big change is on the horizon. Once again, probably a very bitterly Arctic blast coming our way by next weekend. All right, back to the phones here, and Arthur is on board. Hey, thanks for dialing us up, Arthur.
Yeah, good morning. Call about they've been talking about trying to make these electric trucks. I would have a lot of questions. Read a little bit about the E-Cascadia. They were saying the fuel range or the mileage range is like 250 miles. And I'm thinking that's got to be improved. That's not going to work out too well for any trucker.
Sure.
And also, I was wondering how, cold weather would affect them. Because when you have cold weather, you got to have heat. you have some kind of a controlled short, just about, to make, like a heating element to keep things going. And then I was reading about a Tesla's that somebody had a battery pack that went bad and it wasn't covered under warranty because something hit it from underneath and put a hole in the battery. So that wasn't a warranty issue. And then that was like about $6,000 just to get you another battery.
Wow.
If you had any, checked into that, I don't see how it could work for truck drivers at all. I mean, the charging time was not that great. It was like, took quite a bit of time just to get up to 80% of the battery. And if you only have a 250-mile range, that isn't getting you too far.
Nope. They're going to have to make. They're going to have to make some. They're going to have to make some big increases in the first of all the longevity of a charge on the batteries, and I don't know. They had the whole Tesla truck thing, which they keep kicking the can down the road on that. I mean, it was supposed to have been out 2 years ago, and now we still don't have a set date on when they're going to become available.
Yeah, this is it's almost a joke to me, but like you said, they'd have to do some huge improvements, and I've been reading about those batteries in cold weather. They don't like it. So if you're in a cold region, it might be you actually reduce your range just because of the cold.
Yeah, batteries tend not to like the cold, right? I mean, when it gets bitterly cold, that's boom time for battery sales, right? Here in about a month or so, yeah, we'll start seeing some of those Arctic blasts. Yep, batteries will be dying all over the country. Meanwhile, let me get down to, hey, Larry's on board. What's going on, Larry?
Good morning. Good morning. I don't know if you saw the email I sent you about the police officer that was shot recently.
It's not ringing a bell. Did I miss that one?
Maybe so. I'm sure you get a couple dozen, 100. Anyway, it's same situation where a police officer is responding to a dispatched call and he is ambushed. I really would love to see something more on a federal level that in those situations, it becomes a federal crime to ambush. I mean, we're talking not a traffic stop situation, although they're dangerous, but when you purposely call 911, a police officer is dispatched, and then on arrival, he is ambushed. This kid was shot in the chest. Yeah, he had a vest on, but he succumbed to the injuries, and it's out of control.
I saw the report over.
Are you looking it up?
I was looking for it. Yeah, I saw the report over the weekend where you had an officer out there. I think that was actually trying to guard something, protect one of the stores or whatever, and he got shot and killed over the weekend. But
yeah, well, this was a situation where the individual was responding to a dispatched call, and he was clearly ambushed in that situation, just out of control. I mean, it's just like we have, I don't know, it's I don't want to say this word, but it almost seems like open season. Just, it's insane.
Well, I guess that kind of.
But that's all I had this morning.
That's why Kentucky Ken got it. After all those years he was out there serving and protected, he decided it's time to get out of the law enforcement profession, and he's back to driving a truck. So.
I talk to police officers almost every day from different jurisdictions around the Louisville market, the Kentuckiana area they call it, and one police captain he got called on the carpet because a lady called him racist. Her whole foundation for calling him racist was because he gave her a speeding ticket. So it had nothing to do with the fact she was speeding and received a ticket, but for the fact that she was African American, she yelled racism because he was a white cop.
Yep.
And I mean, where does this stop?
I can't tell you how many times my son has dealt with that. I mean, he shared scenarios where, just a few weeks ago, a woman literally blew through a red light doing like 50 and a 35, and he pulls her over, and the same sort of scenario, and she's all just bent out of shape about the fact that he's racist. She's black, and it's like, lady, you blew the stop sign or stoplight right in front of me, and you almost hit the telephone pole to boot.
I had a fellow that worked for me at Rumpke years ago, and Pappy would know this guy. His name was Bob Wilson. Bob Wilson was a black officer with the Hamilton County Sheriff's Department. His call letters were 9-pound 14. He was phenomenal. When he retired from the sheriff's office, he had come to work for me at Rumpke and was one of my safety guys. You talk about somebody who did not want to ever hear somebody using that as a line of defense for what they did. Bob would go off the charts. I sent Bob to an accident one time down in Montgomery County, Kentucky, to investigate it. So he went the day after, and Bob had been with us, I don't know, 6 months or so. And he come back the next day with this diehard, serious look and said, "I thought you liked me." I said, "Bob, why?" He said, No, really. I thought you liked me." I said, "But, buddy, I do. What's going on?" He said, "You sent me to Montgomery County. I was the only black man in the county." I'm like, "Oh, my God, did somebody say something?" He got this big belly laugh and said, "No, they treated me like I was a king." And I just loved his attitude, his personality. It's just, we need to get back to that situation to where, color doesn't matter. It's what's in your heart.
Yep.
All right, buddy. Good morning. Everybody stay safe out there. Have a great week.
I'm glad to hear from you. I hope you had a good Turkey Day weekend. I saw some of your pictures there on Facebook with the fam and whatnot. So, all right. Wheelchair Dave checking in this morning. Hey there.
Good morning. Hey, I want to say thanks to Larry and your son and Pappy for all they do. I really appreciate all their services and helping and protecting us. Also with that reminds me that Larry had called in one time about a service dog, a canine dog, that had to be put down, one of his friends. I just hope that he's doing all well. You know how we love dogs, Steve.
Absolutely. Yep. Man's best friend.
You were talking about the fire there. I hope that doesn't turn out like Gatlinburg.
Yeah, I'm not real familiar with the layout there, that the Pilot Mountain. I guess there must be homes in some places on the mountain, but that blaze is growing.
I'm not familiar with it either. You were talking about the Snowbird Bowl. Is that going to be covered by that station that you watch, that Flow Racing, that Hot Shot sponsors?
Yeah, the one coming up this upcoming weekend.
Yeah, that Snowbird Bowl that you were talking about.
Yes.
Will that be on the Flow Racing?
Flow Racing, that is correct. Yes.
Okay, I haven't had a chance to subscribe to that yet. Have you caught several races this year on that, or how is that?
Oh, well, I did they offer either a monthly or I did the annual. I think I paid $150 for a full year because it was a few bucks less than the monthly subscription. But yeah, I like it because I tune in here I can tune in later when I get done this morning to all the dirt track action that took place over the weekend, different tracks around the country. There ain't a whole lot left right now. I guess you still got some tracks down there in like southern Alabama and Florida that are still running, but I really enjoyed my Flow Racing subscription.
Okay. Well, I would not be surprised to hear of Carl Larson going down there in a sprint car and winning. That wouldn't surprise me at all.
Yeah.
I saw where Mario Andretti had tuned in and had chimed in and talked about Kyle, talking about, that he was one of the best drivers that he's seen, in a long, long time, going from sprint cars to late models to, all these different driving NASCAR, et cetera, and that, Tony Stewart chimes in, says the same thing, that this Kyle Larson is just, the real deal.
Mm-hmm.
So that was good to see. And then finally, hey, I was with you the whole way. I mean, you picked up on it. I didn't think that Ohio State was going to beat Michigan. I thought Michigan would probably knock off Ohio State this time. And boy, has that caused some havoc.
And how about Alabama? I mean, Auburn, man, they had them beat there. They had, I mean, can you believe 4 overtimes before all was said and done?
Oh my God! I thought Auburn deserved to win that game so bad. For Alabama to come back in the last 23 seconds of that game and tie it up. Just, oh my God, that was unbelievable.
Yep. Of course, now Alabama's got to face Georgia next weekend, right? So what are the odds of Alabama getting through? I mean, you've got to have now you got Oklahoma State, and they're chomping at the bit to get into that top 4. One of them's going to be there.
Well, do you think our Bearcats are? I know we're still in it and stuff like that, but is the committee going to give us respect and keep us there?
Well, seeing as they took care of business over the weekend, they've got that one final challenge, which is a pretty big challenge coming up next weekend in Houston. I think they're ranked number 16.
Yeah, it is.
And that'll be
it is big,
depending on how that unfolds. I think they'll. Well, if they win that game, absolutely they'll be in there. I think UC right now could take on Alabama and give them a run for the money based on the way things unfolded Saturday.
No doubt in my mind, Steve. Cincinnati Bearcats could have beat Alabama with no problem at all.
There you go.
Yeah, but I think we could even beat Oklahoma out there, Ed.
Yeah, I know Big Ed's not real happy with how things went out. Now, he was trying to bitch about the officiating for that game. Now, I said, there were some bad calls going both directions there.
Yeah. Well, it was it was great college football. I'm looking forward to that Houston-Cincinnati game, and let's see where everything turns out, and go Bearcats.
All right, Wheelchair Dave, thank you much for checking in. Have a great morning. And let's see here. Somebody wants to give a shout-out to the Rambler, I believe it is. Would that be, is it Tom?
Yes.
Hey there, Tom.
I just want to get a shout-out to the Rambler. I heard of his services on your show, and I started listening to him, and I really enjoy it.
That's great.
And he promotes your show during their services, too.
Okay, I've tuned into a few of his podcast or whatever, but how about that? So he's trying to help spread the word, huh? In more than one way, I guess that would be.
Yep. Yes, he is. He gives a great service and promotes your show, so I look forward to next Sunday.
That's great. Hopefully hopefully he'll catch the podcast. I think he typically says he goes to sleep Sunday evening. He says, I always want to stay up and call in, Steve, but I fall asleep.
Yeah. Well, I work the same hours he he does, and I fell asleep, but I happened to wake up to catch the end of your show. So.
All right. Well, hey, thank you so much for checking in there. Have a great morning. And I think, do we have a first-time caller on the line? Would that be Dylan by chance?
Yes, it is. Morning, Steve.
Good morning.
Just a southern Wisconsin milk caller.
The Wisconsin. So you're the one that you chime in every once in a while on Facebook or YouTube. Is that correct? Or
No, actually, that's not me. Actually, he's a very good mentor of mine.
Ah, okay.
So little story. I was in foster care when I was younger, and took me in under my wing, and we farmed for about 9 years together, and he was still trucking full time, and well, he got me into trucking myself now. So actually, just on my way to Missouri right now.
So the milk hauling business, the keeping you busy?
Oh, I want to say the more the merrier, you know. We got all kinds of stuff going on, it seems like.
Well, I just took your number down here as a first-time caller. I'm going to hook you up with the code. Have you tried any of the Hot Shot Secret products to date?
No, I have not yet, but I'm actually very looking forward to get started on that.
Well, all right. Well, we'll get you hooked up with the code watch your text messages here in the next couple of days. And that'll get you $60 off your first order at hotshotsecret.com and even include your shipping.
That'll work.
Well, good day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yes, and we'll tell the other milk caller. Thank you for spreading the word, and and thank you. And you can help spread the word as well that we're here Monday through Friday mornings from the midnight to 5 a.m. hours Eastern time. And thanks to all the callers who chimed in this morning. Hey, we made it through a Monday, right? The worst part, the hard part behind us here as we get back settled into the old grind. The new week underway. Have a safe day out there. We'll join us again at the midnight hour tonight, Eastern time, for another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.